lower his chair before he sits in it.
You're like, Ron, you're tall, but I can barely see you. Good afternoon. I hereby call the Palm Springs Special City Council meeting of May 19th, 2026 to order. City Clerk, can you please conduct roll call?
Reflect that all members are present with the exception of Council Member David Rady, who is on an excused absence.
The next item is public testimony. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address City Council on agenda items only. City Council welcomes public input. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker, and you're asked to begin your time telling us, all we're doing is commission interviews, but telling us what agenda item or items you're speaking about. Do we have any public comments?
We have one public commenter. I think Mr. Michael Joseph Pickens is here.
Michael. Oh, we have to do the pledge, no?
We don't have to.
Didn't know I had to fill out the form here.
Sorry about last week. Michael came on Wednesday.
All right, Michael Joseph Pitkin, Palm Springs Unified School District, their budget, $460 million, all children's services. I'm now asking Sunline and Zoom for their budgets. Here in Palm Springs, I've met with several mayors to ask for help in negotiating barriers to my residency in medical and social services. In 5 years, I've been denied verification of residency by all social service agencies, not to mention mail and voter fraud. In multiple commission meetings, you all spend money on yourselves with discretionary funds for pride flags and awards you give yourselves, not to mention massive pickleball. You all have sent me to Senior Protective Services so someone can legally take away my rights using my identity as they be my payee or fiduciary. No. The moment this happens, it flags the FBI system as a person of interest. I may have HIV side effects that I live with. I may need more processing time than most, yet my mind is clear. I find it unreasonable that you spend so much funding on a possible dying few and children's services. A couple new pickleball tennis courts would have been reasonable. In 10 years, most 70-year-olds will either die or be in nursing homes. If, like my family, the grandchildren, great-grandchildren will not be interested in expensive homes, pickleball, or golf, it would not have been unreasonable to create a location for a warming and cooling program for those citizens in need with a reduced rate food vending machine and an ice machine when it's 105, 110, 120 outside. Palm Springs, you have your priorities skewed. You are not adequately planning for when all baby boomers die and Palm Springs goes through a massive tsunami demographics sell-off. It's coming.
Thank you, Mr. Pickton. Okay, well, we have a full schedule of interviews, and we're already late, so we are going to get started. We have Historic Site Preservation Board, then Measure J, then Planning Commission. We'll have a break, and then we'll start the Human Rights Commission. I thought it might be helpful to have Evelyn just talk through the little folder and binder about what you can find in each section. Do you want to give, or Brenda?
Go ahead. Oh, you need one. Sorry.
Okay, so in each of your packets, you'll see the schedule. And following this schedule, you'll see each specific board. So you'll see HSPB, Historic Site Preservation Board. You'll see Measure J, followed by Planning Commission and Human Rights Commission. Within each board, you will find a cover sheet for the specific board. HSPB, for example, you'll see the interview time, the applicant's name, followed by the staff recommendation, which is listed on the agenda. So staff recommendation is listed on the cover sheet, followed by incumbents and liaison feedback, as well as chair feedback listed for you. Following that sheet, you will find your questionnaire for each specific candidate. And that's basically it, and it's the same template for all other boards.
And we'll go through, as we get through each section, reviewing the vacancies for each one, starting with Historic Site Preservation. We have 2 vacancies that we are interviewing for, okay? And 2 incumbents that have already been recommended to move forward. Any questions before we call up Charlie Roddy?
So
Yes.
So what's our process? We're going to go through each
of the commissions, then talk about them, or are we talking about them after each commission? What's our process?
I'd recommend going through all the interviews as quickly as possible, considering we're already kind of behind, and then discussing them at the end. But
Okay.
I'm open to feedback.
No, that's fine with me.
Okay. Okay. All right. Can you get Mr. Roddy, please?
Time.
Charlie, how are you?
Here?
Yeah, wherever you like.
There's
Wherever you're most
plenty to
comfortable.
Hi, Charlie. We're going to get started right away, but thank you for applying. And to start us off, can you share a little bit? We have your application, but it's great to hear from you directly. Why do you want to serve on the Historic Site Preservation Board?
A number of reasons. I just have always had a passion for history in my life. My hometown, I was part of the Worcester Historical Society, which is back in Massachusetts, served as their development director for a while. And I always really felt that history is so very important for all of us to make sure that we don't lose what we have, and we certainly have it for those future generations to come. And more importantly, I think in terms of the passion for me now, in this moment in my life, with what's just happened, this is not political, this is just history. What's happened with the East Room and what's happened with the demolition of that East Room and all the history that is going away with it in terms of the First Lady office. It was built in 19, it's over almost 125-year-old facility. So all those generations of children coming up now, and people will not have access to that piece of history. So I think just being a part of celebrating, learning more about what's in the history of our city, and how do we go about sharing it? And I think that was one of the biggest things that I would hope that I would love to be involved in terms of the work of the board and commission, is how do we celebrate this and share this message with the schools and the citizens of Palm Springs, because there's a lot that's gone on, unless I've gone in and read about it, and reading minutes. I think there's a lot of opportunity there.
Thanks.
Should probably mention, we only allowed like 7 minutes for each
Yeah.
person.
I
so it's-
understand that,
it's
yes,
a
I saw
very-
that on the agenda.
It's a very short. So, actually I have a question, because you've obviously been involved a lot in the city, but you're not renewing with Parks and Rec.
Nope.
And so why do you think you have specific skills for a historic site?
Because of my history of being involved in the Historical Society, being involved in a personal passion that I've had, I don't necessarily certainly have the skill when it comes to architecture, but I want to learn about that. I certainly know about the Wexlers and all the various individual architects in the city. But I want to be able to hopefully be an ear and a voice for what's going on in the city in terms of our historical preservation.
Great.
Awesome. Can you tell us a little bit more about the specific skills that beyond your passion, that you would bring to the board?
Well, certainly communications, I think is extremely important. I've certainly served as communications chair for 1PS for 3 years. I've been involved in alumni relations my entire life. So building coalitions, building communications methods with regards to alumni groups and the whole process of keeping people engaged and keeping them informed, I think is a skill set that I bring. And I think just working across the aisle and across departments, I think is really, really important. And I think that's a skill that I think I have.
Thank you.
What challenges are in front of the commission that you feel you would be able to contribute to improving, changing?
That was one of the questions, I think, on the application that I felt I really couldn't answer because I don't know enough about what's in front of the commission.
It's a trick question, that's why I'm asking you again, because you didn't answer it here.
And I would answer it the same way I did then. And I think it's I really don't think it's going to be an uphill curve for me to certainly learn all about where it is and what are the things that are sitting in front of it, the most important things other than historic designations and preservation, etc. But that's my hope is to learn and to be part of the committee and to learn that.
Yeah, excellent. Well, thank you, Charlie.
You shared a little bit kind of your former 1PS chair, your on Parks and Rec, but is there any other civic involvement that maybe is good to flag or to kind of give some context as to how you serve on this board?
Served as campaign chair for Les Young, who ran against Grace a number of years ago.
You did a great job.
That was, that's door to door. That was all about engaging and embracing the community, and building a coalition with Les in terms of sharing his message of his candidacy. So other than that, and certainly my work with Michael's House here in the city is I'm aware of what that service provides to all of us in the city of Palm Springs and beyond, and the importance of education.
Great, thank you.
How do you think we go about balancing preservation and development in our city? We need housing, we
That
need
gets
growth.
back to his question. I really, if I see the pieces on the announcements that come across about the historic designation, but I'm not as familiar as I need to be in terms of where we are today with preservation and with historical preservation. I mean, I know what we did at the Worcester Historical Museum, what we did with the whole education program that started in grammar schools and got kids involved in learning about the history of the city. How do we do that from the ground up here in Palm Springs? I don't know if it's already in place, if we currently have an educational program that talks about preservation and historical preservation with the public school systems and the public in general. That's
Great.
Awesome. Great. All right, well, thank you very much, Charlie. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome. I have a closing one. So Charlie, how would you, having an understanding, if you had a crystal ball, knowing that the other people coming up with you applying for the position have significant years of experience and expertise in the fields that historic site preservation deals with. How do you set yourself apart from those people?
I think it's through the people skills, through the communication, through the ability to communicate and to build coalitions. I think for me, and to share a message, I think, is if there's been, in my mind, a lacking, certainly as a citizen, understanding the works of the commission, there's a real opportunity there, I think, to really educate the public about what the work is that the commission does and how could I be an active part in that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Any other closing comments or questions? Okay, thanks,
Makes
Charlie.
sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Do we have the full list of each of the commissions and what district they're in, as well as the applicants, just all the demographics?
I just saw it in here. Look at the second page of this one.
Oh, here, it's on this.
There it is.
Yeah,
That's
it's,
the
yeah, the
current
Matty,
one.
what we call the Matty Act.
Okay. But do we know the districts? There's on the top?
Yeah.
This is on the top, okay.
Would you like?
Yes.
Thanks, David. Good to see you. We have 7 minutes scheduled for these interviews, so we're going to try to keep it as tight as possible. We are running a little bit late, so we appreciate your patience. I'm going to get a timer going for us, so if we hear a beep, that's what's going on. But tell me a little bit more about why you want to serve on the Historic Site Preservation Board. I know you have a balance of Historic Site versus Measure J, so maybe we can.
Sure. Well, I think I can comment, maybe this will help apply to both. To serve, you really have that opportunity to help the city as best you can, connect with the residents and make a meaningful contribution while you're doing it. The opportunity is there to listen, learn, I suppose collaborate, to make a difference for today's residents as well as tomorrow's. Now, specific to Historic Site Preservation Board, certainly I have a passion for the history here in Palm Springs. And certainly, I think I would bring a strength to the board. I'm not saying it doesn't already exist there, but in terms of utilizing our rich history that we have here to build community, to continue to build community, to connect, maybe find ways to allow some of our neighborhoods that are not, shall we say, accepted by Modernism Week to somehow become involved, maybe on their own, maybe through this new XOXO. Maybe there's opportunities for a Demuth Park or a Barristo neighborhood, or certainly a Desert Highlands to better contribute.
Thanks. I'm going to pass it over to any of my colleagues who want to go next.
Yeah, so I mean, all interesting points. What about, like, in terms of what specific skills and expertise to lay the historic site?
Historic site, yes. Well, I suppose my skills have been obtained here over the last 8 years here in Palm Springs. One, researching neighborhood history in my neighborhood, Little Beverly Hills, and again, trying to use that to build community. But in that time, I've also had the opportunity to speak with Historic Preservation Officer Yoon regarding historic districts, as well as, I suppose, historic properties in general. I certainly have pay attention to the Historic Site Preservation Board activities. I had a chance to go back, I didn't realize, 1981, 45 years that board has been in existence. And had a chance to go back and look at their activity, if you will, again, refresh my memory about all the historic designations, and even, of course, focusing on the more recent. So I think I just bring that energy, that passion. Certainly I have the time, and I think I have a good enough understanding. Of course, we have a wonderful staff here, both Historic Preservation Officer Yoon, as well as Director Mooney, that I think we can, as a board, we are able to lean on them. So a lot of it's just homegrown, the love of history, and yeah, and wouldn't I know it? Wouldn't I be lucky enough to live in Palm Springs, full of it, full of wonderful history?
Thank you.
Yeah, please. Measure J questions by chance? Or happy to answer those as well. Sure.
Do you have something on the top of your head? I think you've touched on this a bit, but are there things that you specifically want to do with historic preservation that's different than what they're doing now?
Well, certainly I would at least advocate for reaching out to the community.
Right.
Again, to try to, we've got a tent, I just want to bring more people into the tent. We've got all the class 4s, 1978, and that's the way it is. Wouldn't it be nice if there's a way for all that wish to participate and of course contribute, and maybe raise some funds there for their communities that they then can make donations and do good things for those communities. Certainly that would be the one area kind of going in that I'd have in the, at least there to advocate. And then, of course, engaging with the public, I think is very important. I would be out there, not overdoing it, but being there to engage. And that would be true for Measure J as well. If I could just take a moment, was there at the day the spaghetti was put in. I was there early, had to call a safety timeout to let the photographer for the artist know he had to have a hard hat on, and she should, as others did. and watch that happen. That was Measure J funds that had been used there. Got a chance to chat with John, our engineer. And then I was at, as many of you were, at a wonderful ribbon cutting at the Eisenhower West Side campus. Got a chance to go in, talk to some folks that were really going to benefit from that. Wow, what a wonderful project. So if I could shift for Measure J real quick, I'd be looking, because we're not going to have that much money, $2 million a year going forward after the convention center. There's a way to strategically, I would look to strategically try to pinpoint that, to have that sort of outcome, changing people's lives, making their lives different, maybe even saving some lives. Wow. So anyway, that was my little Measure J pitch. I figured I'd better get something in since that was my favorite. I'm sorry I was 51-49, but other than the education, it would be 50-50. But my background is on the finance accounting side. Sounds like we're up.
Councilmember DeHart, do you
No,
have?
I'm good.
Okay, all right, well, thank you. Use the
Thank
7
you
minutes
for your
well.
time.
All right, Dave,
And
thank you.
thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Take care. How are you?
So, just clarification on that. So I didn't notice this, that he was interviewing for 2.
Well, this one, his application said that he was like 51% historic site
And
preservation.
it says 51% Measure J.
Oh, he applied for
Oh.
HSPB and it said
He didn't say
later
he
that he was
was.
interested in.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, guys.
So on his application, he applied for HSPB.
Yeah, but then on this note, it says Measure J 51%.
Yeah, he called me.
Yeah.
Let me know.
I mean, I'm just saying, we just didn't talk to him about Measure J, except for his own pitch at the end.
We have also a lot of applicants for Measure J
Okay.
too, so.
All right, well,
Okay,
What's our time limit?
7 minutes.
7 minutes.
Okay.
We got to go fast.
Good afternoon. You processed 2 before me pretty quickly.
Thanks, Gary. Why don't you start us off and tell us a little bit why you're excited to serve on the Historic Site Preservation Board?
All right, so thank you. My name is Gary Johns. I have served on the HSPB in the past. I served from 2011 until 2016. It was a very productive time for the board. I think that we accomplished a lot. I was a board member, and then I was the chair for a while. I still have a lot of passion for preservation. I am involved on a day-to-day basis with preservation through Modernism Week and through the Palm Springs Preservation Foundation, with the Palm Springs Historical Society. So I think I still have a lot to contribute to the city. Is that a good place to start?
Yes, that's great. Councilmember from my
Yeah.
colleagues.
So how do you do this with Preservation Foundation? Because they're submitting a lot of applications, right?
Yes, I don't write them.
So it's not a conflict then? around that?
You know what, I think it's come up in the past that there is a conflict of interest with Preservation Foundation board members that sit on the HSPB. In particular, when a nomination, normally written by either Steve Vaught, that's a name you're familiar with, or Steve Keelan, board members in the past have had to recuse themselves, and I don't know why. There's no financial gain for anybody to vote yes or no on a historic application. The Preservation Foundation is a nonprofit. It's an all-volunteer board. But if I had to recuse myself on those occasions, then I certainly would.
I think it's more perception.
Okay.
Perception in the community of the actions that are being taken.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't want to change that system. As I said, in the past, Preservation Foundation board members have recused themselves
Yeah.
at the time a nomination comes through the board.
Anyways, I don't have any more questions. I know Mary.
Go ahead.
I don't have a question.
Oh, I don't have a question either because you already answered everything.
Well,
Very nice.
Well, I hope that's a good thing.
Is there anything that you think could be improved?
Councilmember Garner, I don't think that anything needs to be improved. I think that I have been involved with the city for coming up on 20 years. And I think today's city council and today's city is light years ahead of where it was in 2005 when I moved here. Vacant storefronts downtown, and the council was putting old movie posters in the storefronts to so that our tourists wouldn't see a vacant window, they'd see something of interest. And certainly, with the new downtown and the park and everything that's happening with the airport and the city's infrastructure and Measure J. When I moved here, there wasn't such a thing as Measure J. And so I don't think anything needs improving. I just want to keep participating.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
Well, but Councilmember DeHart, if I were applying for perhaps another job, and I don't know what that job might be, but one's experience certainly comes into play when the employer is looking to hire somebody. And I do have experience. I pay attention. I'm the one that's sitting home in my kitchen watching the city council meetings and the planning commission meetings and
Thank
the
you, and
architecture
sorry.
review committee meetings. But Mayor, it's a beneficial form of entertainment for me because I do learn and I impart what I've learned to the other people on my dog walk in the morning, and they'll say, "Well, how do you know that?" I said, "Well, I was on the city council meeting last night." So I have a strong interest in our city.
Appreciate your service. Thank you.
How do you think we're doing with the balance between preservation and development?
I think excellent. Oh, absolutely. And I think, now I should have stopped talking a while ago. I think the shift happened in December of 2015 because many of you will recall that in the spring of 2015, a demolition permit was pulled on Talkwitz Plaza. And the HSPB was instrumental in stewarding that through the city, the balance between preservation and development. But an election in November changed everything because several city council people did not get reelected, and the new council members that did come on board were more preservation-minded. And the first action of the first city council meeting of December of 2015 was to declare Talkwitz Plaza a historic site. And today, I think everybody who goes in and out of Talkwitz Plaza sees the benefit of having that building there today with a real sense of community, whether you want to get your hair cut or go see a realtor or go get a cup of coffee or a glass of wine. The proposed replacement building would not have done that. It wouldn't have done that. It would have erased that corner from the community. So I think that was a good thing, and I don't know why that was the answer to the question. I forgot the question.
Balance, that was good. That was a good answer.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate it, Gary.
All right, thank you. That's it?
Yep.
All right,
Thank you
thanks
so
a
much,
lot.
Gary. Appreciate
I
it.
love the big room. That's terrific. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Terrible.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
All right.
We have 7 minutes, so appreciate your patience. We're running a little behind. So let's just get started. Can you share a little bit why you want to serve on the Historic Site Preservation Board?
Sure. I have a deep connection with our architectural ancestry in this city. And, you know, I'm born and raised in Southern California. I've seen a handful of other cities like Palm Springs, San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, Pasadena. And what I've seen is that there is a certain level of human connection when you come in the city, whether you're a tourist or whether you're a resident. And it really allows us to really appreciate what we have here. And when I first came into the city, I used to take walks around, and I noticed these markers, these plaques, you know, something special about the home. And so I said, why not me? Why not my home? I live in El Rancho Vista Estates, the Wexler community. And after about 3 years, I finally got all of you to approve Class 1 status. Right now, working on district status. And we hope to get that pushed through as well. I think what I've also discovered is that I've been to almost every meeting in the last year and a half, the HSPB monthly meetings. I came here just to kind of press on Sarah and say, hey, you know, what's taking so long? And I got hooked, and I come all the time. And I've learned a lot, and I'm really glad I came because that's the reason I'm sitting here now. I feel a kinship to the board members that are here. I really appreciate how they monitor and measure and compare economic growth with preservation, because I feel preservation really is our identity. And without preserving, and when I say preserving, I mean thoughtfully preserve. You can't preserve every casement window put in there by a famous architect. You got to really look at it and determine what kind of value does it really give to the community and is worth saving. That I've just really found that I want to be a part of it. You know, I come from some real estate development background when I was younger, so I can really appreciate that economic growth is something that is inevitable. We need to make sure it continues, because it's really the engine that fuels what we need and what we want for our city. Yet we have to be careful, especially in a community like this where architecture is such a strong piece of our background.
So you've gone through the process of historic preservation. So what do you think the challenges facing the organization, the board, that you might want to address?
That was going to be my question for you. What do you see the challenges of Historic Site Preservation Board?
But actually the board itself and the process.
Yeah. You know, what I found is that, and I try to kind of take my own experience and keep it separate, because I would get too personally connected to, you know, there's nothing wrong with this house. But I think what I've noticed here with the board is they really have a challenge in trying to determine whether something is really, you know, because they're sitting there with homeowners that really want to see this thing get through. And sometimes it's not necessarily just the status of Class 1. It's wanting to, you know, tear down an old garage that maybe was, you know, built by Albert Frey. And they need to determine whether that is valuable enough to maintain. So I've watched that here. So I think they really have this balancing act of making sure that they go through the process that is very, as you know, very straightforward, yet are progressive enough to kind of work with the applicant and make sure that that applicant can get what they're looking for, and the city still maintains what they need as far as process.
Okay, great.
How do you find the balance between preservation and development?
I think the identity of preservation is really the foundation. That's really where you need to maintain you know, your clause into, make sure that you're not sacrificing it. You know, like I said, sacrificing something that might bring a short-term economic gain into a city, yet at the same time it's possible to lose that identity that we have. I think we've all been to Waikiki Beach. 60 years ago, that didn't look like it does now. And it had a short-term injection of high-rise income. Everybody wants to go to Hawaii. But it's kind of lost a lot of that Waikiki Beach thing that another area like Miami Beach was able to maintain with their modern Art Deco, if you've ever been there. you know, they still have that, you get that feeling there. You don't get it in Waikiki anymore. If that's a good answer for you.
Yeah,
That's how I look at it.
no right answer.
Huh?
There's no right answer.
That's true, yeah.
Is this your, have you served on any other commissions? Is this your first time applying, or can you share a
In
little?
Palm Springs, yes. I did serve for a couple of years in a 250-unit condo community in Carlsbad that I lived in. So that was an eye-opener for a rookie, you know, to kind of see, you know, some of the deep, yet also sometimes the, you know, minor things about my tree doesn't get trimmed once a month. What's going on here? So yeah, I have served, and I've had to learn how to balance, you know, long-term growth and preservation and short-term gains and needs.
Any other questions?
No, I'm good.
Great.
Thank you,
very much.
appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
How did we get so far behind?
We started late.
Okay, so those are all the interviews for Historic Site. We're going to move on to comment number 2 in your tab, which will be the Measure J Commission.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you? Good.
Thanks for waiting. We're running a little bit behind, so appreciate your patience. You have 7 minutes. I'm going to start a timer. But surprisingly, we've been keeping it under 7 for most of our interviews. So to start us off, can you share a little bit about why you're interested in serving on the Measure J Commission?
Sure. So I retired last year. I've been living, thank you, it started as a break, and now a year later it's become retirement. I've been living in Palm Springs full-time since the COVID lockdown, and I'm going to stay here, and so I want to get involved in the community now that I don't have, you know, the 9-to-5 thing and traveling half the time. I have the ability to actually commit to something. So when I looked over all the different commissions, this one actually looked, you know, particularly interesting because of the breadth of what it does, because it crosses over a lot of different things in the city. And I do think that I have some transferable skills from my professional experience that would do well on the commission.
So
what do
there's
you-
four spots that have the potential to be filled today. 2 of them are alternate positions, and 2 are full-time, fully appointed positions. Would you have interest in one over the other? No interest in the alternate position?
Well, does the alternate have the same term, or is it just an annual term?
It's a full 3-year term.
Full 3-year term.
So it's a full 3-year term, and I think if I understand it correctly, the alternates participate, but they don't necessarily vote.
Yeah.
That's right.
I don't think, I can't identify a preference,
Okay.
so I'd be fine with either.
Yeah, thank you.
What do you think some of the challenges are facing Measure J?
You know, I've watched, I think I went as far back as maybe November of last year, watching on YouTube, and then I just watched the most recent, April. I think the challenge becomes, you know, you have a limited amount of money, and so where do you put the money? And so there has to be some sort of decision framework that says, okay, why should we fund this particular project over another? And so that looks to me to be the biggest challenge that the commission faces in determining how are they going to select which, I guess for lack of a better word, which project is most righteous and should receive the funding, and how do they do that prioritization? And it also does look like, I get the sense from some of the meetings, that there's a lot of conflicting agendas moving across that commission. It's not just sort of hitting the commission and then they make sort of a pure judgment, it goes to staff, then it comes to council. It looks like there's a lot of influence of other priorities that are influencing the things that are coming to that commission. That's the sense I get. Maybe I'm projecting that into what I've watched.
I'd say you're very observant.
It's a large amount of money they're in charge of.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
And speaking to, I think it's a balance of what are the projects that the commission put recommendations forward and prioritization, and also balancing the investment that the city is using those dollars for is outside of that community-initiated project. So that's only a few $1 million
Right.
overall,
It's a pretty dramatic difference.
yeah, it's over $20 million.
Yeah,
Yeah. Any other?
Have you looked at some of the things that they've funded over the years and
yeah. So I
besides
was,
the most recent things?
yeah, I was looking through some of the different places where the money was allocated. I guess I was going back a few years and I saw what looked like some smaller projects comparatively. I think there was a Victoria Park, there was a children's playground, there was a lighting for the baseball stadium. But then I see things coming, I was really interested in the meeting where the fire chief was presenting the needs he has. And of course, now I've started to see the blowback on social media about where the new fire station is going to be built. And different people are coming in and saying, why are they putting it there? But that's a really massive project comparatively. So I get the impression that it's moving toward fewer allocations and larger single initiatives. I'm not sure if that's right, but that's what I was seeing in the trend, it looked like.
Yeah, I mean, it's both. So they have more say in some of the smaller.
Okay.
So I have a process question. If AAB Airport, HRC, and Sustainability were alternate choices for you, correct?
Yeah, my primary alternate was the Airport Commission,
Yep.
because I thought that was incredibly interesting, but I don't think I have the same transferable skills for that. I mean, I think I bring great things to the table from my
So Measure J
professional
was your number one?
That was my number one.
Got it, okay,
Yep.
thanks.
And then are you aware of the time commitment of the Measure J Commission? I know you mentioned it's retired, but people are allowed to have a life, and so is there a concern or any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I have no concerns about the time commitment, so I'm not completely unencumbered, but I can manage my own time to meet the commitment of the commission.
Great, all right. There's no other closing questions? Thank you very much, we really appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Are the other ones already appointed?
I can't hear the
Have the other ones already been appointed?
Yep.
The ones, they're not official, but we are moving forward with the ones that have been
Okay, so
recommended.
we're not considering.
Hey, how are you?
They're not, we don't need to think about
Rocking and
The
rolling.
commissions that are just the two of
You're
you.
talking about, you're talking about
the
the
subcommittee decisions.
incumbents, right? No, she's talking about the incumbents for this one.
No, she's talking about the subcommittee.
I'm saying that there's people who have listed this is their top choice, but they're also interested in.
We
these other
haven't mentioned
positions.
David and I yet on
Okay.
the other ones.
Fine.
Hi, sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay, we have 7 minutes. We're running a little behind. Thanks for your patience. I'm gonna set a timer. I'm not texting. But tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're excited to serve on the Measure J Commission.
Sure. My name is Colin Wright. I've been a resident of Palm Springs for 5 years. I moved here from Atlanta 5 years ago during the pandemic, and I've absolutely loved living here. I am involved in the community. I'm my neighborhood 1PS representative, and so attend those meetings, see Councilman Bernstein quite a bit at those. I am an attorney. I work for a medical technology company called Stryker as an in-house attorney. I'm not licensed in California. I'm a patent attorney, so I do patent work, which is federally run. Used to be a software engineer, so I'm a nerd. I also go to Councilman Bernstein's PS Next meetings, and I'm actually registered for your session in June, what was the AI session last year. So I'm excited to do this because I have always been very involved in my community. I've previously served as a a poll manager when I lived in Atlanta. I've been a 1PS volunteer. I actually volunteered the last 2 years with Palm Springs Pride, as a matter of fact. And just like what I do, I think I bring a unique perspective as a technologist with a law degree who can be very analytical, very problem-solving oriented kind of person, but also enjoy local politics. And I think
Bless you for that.
they're easier than federal politics these days. Yeah, I think that's the long and short of it.
What's your understanding about how Measure J, what it is and how it works?
Sure. So Measure J, I know, was originally passed in 2011. The sunset was removed a few years ago. It's a 1-cent sales tax that is available to the city to allocate directly without having to go through the requirements of the state. It is predominantly used, at least initially, for quality of life and for capital improvements. I know that over time, some, I guess, recurring expenses have been used, the fund has been used for that as well. And then I know that the commission is specifically designated with advising on the spending of the Measure J funds, having oversight over the projects that the city council approves, and then also making recommendations about the community improvement projects.
Great.
Yeah.
Should the funds be used for things that are not quality of life? How do you feel about that?
So I would probably go back initially to the language, to what the actual ordinance requires, and I can't quote that, so I couldn't tell you for sure. But on a personal level, I think it's got to be about the priorities that make life better. I think when you say quality of life, that can be a pretty broad definition. I think it's important that the funds go more towards capital rather than recurring expenses, just because I think that's a bigger impact over the long run for the city. But then again, funding extra police officers is important too, so I understand the value of that. So I don't know if I have a strong feeling about that.
Where would you put police cars?
Probably they're more like a capital expenditure, so I think, paying for something like that seems more in keeping with the theme of Measure J, but ultimately I know that the city council is probably free to spend it on whatever they want to spend it on. So.
Can you talk a bit about some of the suggestions that you have that you listed in your resolution?
Sure. So in terms of the ways that Measure J can improve, I know that there's been issues in the past with the CIP projects where I think something like 19 out of 52 were rejected, in part because the proposals included things that Measure J typically doesn't fund, at least not on the CIP side. And so I think there's probably an education process that can go on to the people who submit where we could do a better job of informing folks about what they should include in their proposals and what they shouldn't. Because I would like to see more proposals submitted, even if that means more people are turned down, at least it'll be for the right reasons, I think. In terms of other suggestions, I do feel that the issue of committing Measure J funds to future debt servicing and then therefore removing or reducing the ability to have spending discretion in the future is a struggle, and I'm sure it's a balance that you guys have to figure out. I do think that we could figure out a better way, not a better way, but maybe figure out how we can spend the money without necessarily committing future debt servicing.
Can you share a little bit about your civic involvement in the city of Palm Springs?
Sure, sure.
And if anything kind of shapes your, what you're hoping your service on Measure J Commission to be?
So 1PS is the one I already mentioned. I like to volunteer in the community. I also get very involved with political campaigns. I'm working right now with Brandon Riker on his campaign for the congressional seat. So I think my civic involvement has been pretty has been considerable. I'm very social in the community. My husband and I do a lot in the community in terms of helping host fundraisers for political candidates. I was very involved in the Victory Fund for a very long time. I recently stepped down from the board there, but I see that as a way to help candidates run for office in the local community.
Great, thanks.
And you are in District 5?
I'm District 5, yeah. In fact, I had coffee with David a few weeks ago to talk about my application and whether or not I should step up and do this.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Working the connections.
I mean, I hadn't met him before. I just emailed him and asked if we could meet for coffee. So. Yeah.
Well, thank you, really appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Have a good one.
That's it for, no, yeah?
No, we have
Yeah, we got 5 more.
Oh my gosh. Oh my Lord, I was looking on the wrong line. Hi, how are you?
Hi, Daniel.
Welcome. Thank you.
Running a little bit behind, so appreciate your patience. We have 7 minutes for these interviews. They go quick, but we've been able to stay within that 7 minutes. Not texting, hitting start on the timer. But love to hear a little bit about you and why you're excited to serve on the Measure J Commission.
I'm an economics professor at University of Rhode Island. I taught at UCLA, and so I'm a numbers guy. I actually like budgets, and I became a administrator, so large budgets at I was the provost at Antioch University and a vice chancellor at Houston Community College. Large places, large budgets. A lot of those budgets, as you know, roll over, and they're pretty much the same. There's not a lot of excitement or the ability to add value if you're doing things, and it seems like that's associated here. I'm also a project guy. I've been on HOAs as the president. When we moved here, I became the president of a HOA, and there's projects. So projects and budgets are all things that
You like them.
particular interests here. Also, the other obvious thing is we moved here from Santa Barbara a few years ago. The first thing we did here was we bought a couple chairs at the Plaza Theater. And in looking through that, we saw, Measure J and Brad Prescott. And then the next year, we decided, because Oswit that was doing this really interesting things with the country club. And so we joined to be on the Friends of Prescott. And again, it was Brad Prescott, and there was Measure J in there. So as of this year, I started to do my research on you guys and said, well, this looks like a good fit. I don't teach any longer because I don't like to be online. And so I'm the editor of a higher education publishing team. And so I spend most of my time just in my office at home doing this.
Good organizations and causes to get involved in.
Yeah, so I need to get outside. So I need to get out of my thing.
Great.
How do you apply some of those strengths that you mentioned to work on Measure J?
Well, I'll give you a very specific example because I went through the materials. I did my homework. And I think it was the last meeting, the chair was talking about the fact that I don't think he was particularly thrilled about the Sipskins chair. And he made some really good statements about oversight. And that that oversight was, the commissioners were charged to different ones. And that those reports weren't coming in. And that is a good example. That piqued me up because I wrote a book on strategic planning in higher education. And of all of the critical mistakes, one of the top ones the inability of people to keep on touch with something. Strategic plans, they put them together, they're not colorful, they put them in, and then they walk away. And over 5 years, you really need to understand that feedback is learning, and you need the feedback, because you don't want to be surprised. So that's a good example of the stuff that I do that I think would apply.
Right up your alley, huh?
Yeah.
So what do you think are the problems that are facing Measure J? Any sense of that?
What problems? You know, I could not understand, I know it's there, what the criteria are. The very, very specific language, because at some point, people are going to ask the questions, why not me versus this? So the specific language, I didn't quite understand that if it was there or it wasn't clear to me, or maybe other people. The community ability to put in ones, at one point it says $1 million and now it's $6 million. I'm not certain if it's clear as to how much of that is being done. Things like that. I have a few others, whatever, but nothing. It looks, if you look at the meetings and how they're doing it, they're very sincere. It's a very good group. So there's nothing major, and I wouldn't think. And I sat through the last year, the 5-hour one that you do. What's it in the next couple days, isn't it?
The joint meeting?
The joint meeting.
Yeah, the joint meeting. And again, everybody was very sincere, knew their stuff, they were on top of things, and that's, the main thing. There's a lot of money involved, and like I said, it's value-added stuff. It's the stuff that can really make a difference in an organization and in a city. And so, I have that skill set. I think that works well with it. And I need to get out of my house. Just doing this all day long.
If there's some alternate positions open and full voting positions, are you adverse to being appointed to one of the alternate positions, which doesn't have a vote, but it's a full contributing member?
Yeah, I didn't quite understand. Is that because of?
No, they're just two extra positions on the commission. They're just alternate positions.
So they
serve 3 years.
So they're part of the discussion? I don't have any, I would like to vote, but if that was the thing that was offered to me, I would take it, sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There can be a bit of a learning curve, so the alternate commission can also be a great way to kind of get that
Understood.
exposure
Yeah.
too. And then if there's a vacancy earlier, those are often the ones that have been moved up as
Sure.
well.
That
So
makes
there's
sense.
other benefits. And then the only other thing I would just, we're literally asking a question as my timer's gonna go off. Just making sure you're aware of the Measure J funds is both comprised of regular capital projects from the city and also the community-initiated projects. So as you mentioned, oversight, that is something that they have oversight of all of the funds and guidance, but their discretionary funding is kind of that smaller community-initiated project. So your comment on diligence is important.
But as I was saying, the oversight, I think, is more important than it's a problem that was brought up in the last meeting. And you really need to pay attention to that. It's like in strategic planning, when they don't spend attention to the implementation and the feedback loops. Is this working? Is it not? Why isn't it working? What can we do? How can we get it on track?
Okay. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone.
Hi, David. Thanks for waiting. I know we're running a little behind. We have 7 minutes. So we'll just dive right in. I'm going to have a timer going, not texting. But tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're excited to on the possibility of serving on the Measure J Commission.
Sure. I moved here almost 9 years ago this summer. COVID hit, there was not much to do, and so I just started applying and volunteering and doing a number of things. I've been on the Village Fest Commission for 2 terms, and that role ends next month.
Wow, that flew by.
I know.
Wow.
And so I'm just looking, I'm actually retired for the most part, so I'm looking to keep involved in the community. I really support our business community because I've been in HR for 45 years of my career. So having that perspective, helping small businesses succeed. Started out in the hotel and restaurant business a long time ago.
So what do you think are the problems and challenges facing Measure J?
I think the problem is if you get involved in our community in this city, you know what Measure J is. You've been around, you've heard about it. There's pros and cons and opinions all over the place. I think it could stand maybe a little new, I don't know, rebranding perhaps. I know how much it helps the small businesses, small hotels and restaurants and such. But I think getting the word out to what is offered and what is available still lacks. And again, I'm not a business owner. I know several of you are, but I'm also a member of Main Street Palm Springs. That was one of the first organizations I joined. I am officially or unofficially their HR consultant, so I tell people, hey, this new law is going into effect on July 1st. Don't forget to raise minimum wage and that kind of stuff. And so, I bring that sense of responsibility and ownership and consulting and advising, but I don't claim to know all the answers.
Good.
Are there any attitudes, skills, expertise, cultural diversity that you think you would bring that would be like particularly helpful on Measure J?
I was watching several of the previous episodes that are online, and I'm particularly interested in improvements in our hospitality industry. I'm hoping to be on the board that will bring a convention here next spring, 2028, excuse me, for professionals in human resources throughout all of Southern California. They haven't done it for about 10 years, and I just attended one last week in Anaheim. I know we can do a better job than Anaheim does, and they just keep going there because it's one hotel, one conference, 1,500 people. But, I like to support my community and the small business owners as well. I know many of them. I'm particularly proud of the accomplishments and organizations that I support and I get involved with, so.
You had a wide variety of interest in commissions.
I know, I wasn't sure.
I think you only left off a couple. So what draws you to Measure J over all the others?
I can't say that's the most, I'll be honest with you, it's not the most relevant one for me, and I would have a lot to learn.
What is?
I like the smaller hotel operators and hospitality company organizations. That's always been a part of, that was my dream when I moved to LA 30 years ago. I wanted to own a small guest house or hotel out here. I'm glad I don't. But I support them. I like that industry. Pardon me?
You still can?
I don't think so. I just like staying involved in supporting Palm Springs. So, whatever the council feels would be a good match for me. I will say Village Fest was fun. It was really interesting. And a lot more time and effort goes into it than people realize. It's not just 1 month or one meeting a month. It's 2 and typically 2 hours and a lot of decisions and debates and such, but it was really interesting. And I have so many colleagues and friends now that I see at not only Village Fest, but at other events and farmers markets and stuff, and help them grow their business to something that will eventually produce more revenue and more tax dollars for the city.
And then, David, what district are you in?
I live in Little Tuscany. I'm District 2.
District 2. Great.
down on the board. The best brains.
Sorry about that.
I'm your neighbor,
Jeffrey.
calm down.
Any other questions for David?
Let me ask you, how do you measure the balance between, you said hospitality and the industry, and measuring the balance between Measure J funds for that versus community efforts?
Versus community.
Community efforts, community
Efforts?
projects.
I mean, you can do anything you want in the city. If you can, sit and be there and take attendance or hand out tickets or something like that. Sure, I've done that many times before, but I like to travel. I enjoy traveling all over the country, all over the world. And now I have the opportunity to do more of that now that I'm retired and collecting all my collectibles in the state and federal level. So I love seeing new ideas and new concepts and how the industries have changed, especially hotels and restaurants, which is where I began a long time ago. And so, I want our convention center to succeed. I want more hotels, bigger hotels to come in town, to give people more variety and to give the city more revenue.
Right?
Thank you, David, appreciate it.
Sure.
Thanks, David.
All right, thanks.
We have 3 more in Measure J.
Memo from Jeff real fast.
Hi there.
Council members.
Thank you for waiting. I know we're running a little behind. We appreciate it. We have 7 minutes for each interview. And so I'm not texting, I'm just watching our timer. But tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're looking forward to serving on the Measure J Commission.
I shared my background. I have a deep financial and operational background. And I've taken a year off, actually, from the business world, and it's been just exhilarating and realizing I'm at the time of my life where I have the opportunity to give back, and I just see Measure J as one of the commissions that really makes a huge impact on Palm Springs, and found the opportunity to be part of it and check at it. So it's great.
Just a year? You going back to work?
It's a good conversation with my husband right now. and the opportunities that I have, I can manage the time commitment, so.
What's your understanding about how Measure J, where it's from and what it's spent on and?
Yeah, so I did quite a good amount of research. I know it's about a $22 million fund annually, right? And it's split over large capital projects as well as community-initiated projects, monthly meetings under the Brown Act, and so we encourage public participation. And the role of a commissioner is really oversight, right? And so it's a matter of making recommendations to the city council for project approvals, as well as once projects are approved, each commissioner gets roughly 3 to 5 projects that they oversee and are responsible for timely commission reports, making sure that those things are staying on track and bringing transparency to the project. So.
The strengths that you bring to the table, how do you see those having a positive impact on the work of the commission?
I think if I were to summarize my top 3, I would say my first is, again, that deep financial and operational expertise that I did mainly in consultative roles, whether it was advising a CEO that I worked for or working with clients and looking at these large capital projects, really having that eye of how do we optimize and keep things on track is probably the first skill. The second is deep relationship management skills, which I think are going to be critical with the grantee and the project owners when projects are approved, to make sure that we're communicating and bringing transparency to the progress of those projects. And then the last piece is really, I have a high sense to the civic duty, and more importantly, my personal brand is extreme ownership on follow through. And I think with that is all about the oversight component of the role, and really making sure I'm staying on top of what's assigned to me and making sure that those are successful projects on time and on budget.
So when you monitor and manage the outcomes of a program, are you looking at dollars and a budget, or what are you looking at?
It's a range of factors, right? Definitely budget is one of those. The other is the objectives and the goals. That's really about the outcomes. It's the timelines. It's about the resources that are being allocated and in what way. So it's really a matter of making sure that you make all those pieces come together. It's a little more art than science at that point, right? Because it's about how forthcoming are people being with the information and really talking it through and making sure that the objectives are being met.
Yeah. Thanks.
Can you talk a bit about some of the suggestions that you have listed in your application?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a couple. First, I know it's a delicate balance between community-initiated projects, which I think are so important, and it's not necessarily always about the amount of money being spent, but the quality and the quantity of those community-initiated projects being brought forward. So making sure that we're getting out to residents and making sure that that's available, but balancing that we've got some big projects that have to get done, right? The convention center, the library, the downtown park, Fire Station 1, right? So we have to strike a good balance on that. The second thing I talked about was road maintenance, which Measure J has somewhat become synonymous for that. And so making sure that if we, I saw the proposed budget of going from 9 to 6. If we are going to do that, let's tell the residents, and not just the residents, people that work in Palm Springs, people that visit Palm Springs, how we're spending that money. And then the last piece, I think, is really making sure that the commissioners are being visible and transparent with those reports. And that's where I think there's a bit of PR, working with the Office of Communications for the City of Palm Springs and making sure that as a commission, we're really evangelizing how we're optimizing all the funds that are coming in. And then hopefully when there are wins with, let's say, the convention center, when we see an increase in tax revenues, how did that even benefit even more, showing how the long-term capital investments are helping Palm Springs evolve. And there's a lot of, I think, communication that goes with that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Can you share about your civic involvement in the city, or just even your kind of service work more broadly?
Here in Palm Springs, it's been mainly, I'm pretty passionate about Modernism Week, and so I've gotten pretty involved to the point where yesterday, Sean Pitts and Marshall asked me about even being a house captain this year, but I'm also going to be, I'm in the pipeline for being a bus tour guide. I love what is so unique about Palm Springs history and the architectural assets that we have. The other is I get pretty involved with the film festival. So that's been my extent with volunteering here in the community. No real civic duty except for in high school. I was actually sharing with somebody. I was a legislative page when I was 16 years old for Representative Peter Deutsch in Fort Lauderdale, and his legislative aide, who she was 23 years old working with me, was Debbie Wasserman.
Oh, cool.
So it's been a while.
That district has a lot of history. They got some real lifers there. So.
What organization were you appointed through?
It was through Nova Community College at the time.
Mm-hmm.
They had future business leaders, and I was the representative from my high school. And then I got to go to Tallahassee, and it was awesome. Then I got sucked into the business world, and so now I think it's time to pull myself out.
Are you from Southern Florida?
I was born in New York, but raised in Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, we should chat.
Okay, yeah. Like all good Italians, when my grandparents retired, we moved south.
Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
I appreciate this time and the opportunity, and if selected, I promise I'll.
Oh, one last question. John, remind me what district you're in? You're in 2?
District 2, yeah. Excellent.
And now we know, I know I've got another connection with you with FBLA.
Oh, really?
State president of Arizona.
Oh, that's awesome. I didn't get that far, but yeah, it was a great program. I also got to meet Dave Thomas, the founder of Wendy's way back in the day. He was a huge supporter of it.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Thank you again for this time.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. That was New Jersey, that's Central Florida.
I don't think you have this.
District of all your
I
applicants.
do have this. This is not all of the current people on the commission.
So I need to know like all of the names and the districts of who's on the commission, not just the incumbents.
Everyone.
Everyone. That's not in our file folder. So for instance, Kathy's not considered in this, so she's not listed. So we don't have a full understanding of like how many people from each district. Because we don't
Mark,
have all
how
the
do you say
members.
your last name?
Podrazik.
Oh, like it's exactly the way it's written?
Yes, pretty much. Just which syllable deep with the accent.
Yeah.
Well, Mark, thanks for being here to chat with us for a little bit. We have 7 minutes to go through these interviews. Love to hear a little bit more about you and why you're excited to serve on Measure J.
Okay. So I worked as a healthcare consultant, working primarily with the Medicaid program. So my clients were actually state governments and did everything from helping them to develop programs, financing them, evaluating them, doing kind of due diligence types of activities as were required by the federal government, because the federal government kicks in money for Medicaid as well. So I worked for a company for 10 years, then went off on my own with a business partner. We had a company for 14 years. My business partner retired. I took over, proceeded to sell the firm to a larger company, stayed on for 3 years, got it my team. We stayed as one unit, and then I took my graceful exit and was very happy to retire early at 54. So now I'm here in Palm Springs. As soon as I retired, I moved here with my husband, and we love it. And honestly, I do enjoy volunteering and contributing, and whereas with my job, I could never really commit to anything on a regular basis because I was traveling all the time. I've always been interested in kind of city and local government types of things. So I thought this might be an avenue where when I saw the notice in the Palm Springs Post about these commissions and applications, like this might be a good fit.
What's your understanding about how Measure J, the function of it, what the function of the commission is?
I mean, from what I can see and saw in the meetings, that, it was a proposition that was approved by the citizens, and the dollars that are appropriated from that tax or levy go towards funding of local initiatives specifically, whether they be to supplement the city budget or local community-based things. And the commission reviews applications for grants of those dollars and does an approval process and an oversight of the dollars once they're spent.
So having seen some of those meetings and your experience that you bring to the table, how do you see yourself contributing to the work of the commission?
So as I mentioned with my job, I did a lot of work in the financing of programs, so kind of an analytical financing background and agility in that area, and in, the fundamentals of Excel and things like that are my strong suit. And also, when I was watching some of the meetings, particularly ones where they're deliberating the funding, during the grant process, kind of, it reminded me of when I would review health plans for the states for the Medicaid program, where there was an element of a quantitative scoring as well as a qualitative and then an interview process. So without being privy to everything that's going on with the Measure J Commission, it seemed like some of those elements, if they're not already part of that, could be something I could help assist with as far as that. And then the ongoing oversight as well.
It's good if it's, our process is akin to state review of state Medicaid programs. I think that's a compliment.
I don't know for sure, but we'll see.
We'll work towards that, yeah.
Did you move from DC?
I lived in the DC suburbs, yes.
Oh, good damn.
Yeah.
You were there for a long time then, huh?
32 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Big move, but do not regret it. We cut our last ties last fall, sold a weekend house, and now here full-time.
Well, happy to have you here.
Can you share a little bit about any recommendations or issues you hope the board can address or that you're looking to kind of support and assist with? If there's, you mentioned a little bit the application process, but Yeah, what would be maybe some ideas or goals that you have for the commission?
I mean, I attended the April meeting and saw the few meetings from a few years ago during the deliberation process, and it wasn't as transparent as I thought. It might be more for the end user, i.e. on the website. So either from again, there might be a thorough process that we're not aware of, but kind of the process upon how the funds are approved would be one area that potentially I could help out with. And then just kind of, there was even a allusion at the meeting to the oversight after they've been appropriated could be strengthened in that, you know, each commissioner might be assigned a particular project and they might walk by and say it's looking fine, but like, is there a little bit more to that the public could see on the website, whether it's, you know, something, nothing grandiose, but a simple scorecard or report card like, hey, we got the job done, or here's the results. I know there's some photos and all, but just something a little bit more than that maybe. And also it just seemed like, I mean, I was aware through talking to local residents about Measure J, but it's not promoted as well. So it seemed like maybe tying, not just like the job got done, but a promotion of that in some way, shape, or form as well.
Any other questions?
How do you see, where are the opportunities to promote the work of the commission?
Well, I mean, I have seen a few signs around town.
The billowing one? Have you seen those? The ones that billow?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And, well, I walk around Riverside a lot since I live in Depot Estates, so I saw where they, you know, put some funds towards that, and there's a sign up there. So that, or even just, you know, even the website itself, I mean, and maybe some way to promote the website, and people can go to the website versus necessarily spending a lot of money in other ways, but just a one-stop shop of here's who applied, here's how the money was spent, here's the results.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
Sure.
All right, well, thank you, Mark, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you turn, like this report right here, if you turn it like over on the back, you're gonna see the history with the districts.
I don't think it's online, is what's space.
This is the
Oh, it
Maniac.
is.
This is the Maniac, it's
It's part of the
it's right
staff
on,
report.
yeah. Hold on.
I have it, I've seen it.
But it's on the
Before I
back.
admit it.
Yeah, you go to the back of that page right there, you'll see the history, yeah, you'll see the history with the districts of the
Okay.
current members.
Okay, I'm admitting right now. Rick, can you hear us? Rick, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Perfect.
Hi, Rick. We have multiple cameras or multiple
that's
screens,
me.
and so if you see us looking in different places, we are all looking at you, just maybe on different screens.
That's fine. Okay.
We have 7 minutes for this interview. We're really looking forward to chatting more. So if you could tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're looking forward, why you'd like the opportunity to serve on the Measure J Commission.
Okay, I own my own home in Palm Springs. I've been here since 2004. I have a master's degree. I'm a retired school teacher, but now broadcast engineer, retired. I am the current engineer for the Joey English Show, in case you listen to her.
I knew I recognized you.
Yep, that's me. Anyway, I thought I might be able to contribute something to Palm Springs. And the Measure J committee is of interest to me. I know they are allocating funds for various projects around town. And I thought I could be of some value in giving my opinion to assess priorities and recommendations to the city council.
Great. What's your, Rick, what's your understanding of Measure J and what it's from and what the funds are used for?
Well, I know there are several projects, including the street in front of my house that's a Measure J project. I've seen some improvements in the city, and I support it. And I'm paying taxes for it too. So I thought I would like to have a little say in where the money goes and what the priorities are.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah,
you-
go ahead. I'm
have
sorry.
Have you reviewed or attended any Measure J meetings, and what's your, do you have a sense of any issues or problems that are facing Measure J that you'd like to help work on or help address in any way?
Well, let me put it this way. I anticipated your question. I have not attended a meeting, and I think that's an advantage. I don't hold any prejudices, or preconceived notions, so to speak. I would like to see a fair distribution of funds between the business community and the residential community. And that's my objective in trying to influence where the monies for Measure J are spent.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing for me.
Oh, there must be something.
Now you asked for it.
Have you considered, and why Measure J over other commissions?
Well, that's a very good question. I'm not interested in the other committee, so to speak. I was considering the street fair, but although I attend the street fair, Measure J is more important to me. It's very important that the monies that are collected are spent wisely and in the best interests of our community. And that's why I have a special interest in Measure J funds and where they're allocated.
And do you have any time, are you aware of the time commitment to serve on the Measure J Commission? Do you have any-
Yes. No, I'm retired. With the exception of Thursdays when I record Joey English, I'm available 24/7.
Well, I hope our commissions do not require that.
No, I hope not to.
How does Joey sign off? Something about chocolate. What is
Oh,
it?
yeah. We wear red and we eat chocolate.
There you go.
Yes, indeed.
I think Measure J meets on Thursdays.
The third Thursday.
Third?
Oh, no. Well, I hope it meets, what time does it meet? Because,
Tape at 1.
5:30.
5:30.
He's done.
oh, that's fine. That's fine. I record Joey between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. So that 5:30 is fine.
Okay, all right.
Okay, good.
Everybody does everything on Thursday. I don't know why, but that's what happens.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Rick. We really appreciate it.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rick.
Bye.
All righty.
Bob is also on.
Are we gaining ground? No. Are we losing ground?
Not losing, but not gaining.
Don't say 7 minutes, say 6.
Okay, so we're on,
Say 5 minutes.
Well, I'm planning, but there's no openings. There's 3 incumbents and 3 vacancies. Okay.
yep. Yep.
So why are we interviewing?
They applied,
So we're interviewing all.
we interviewing
In
all.
case incumbent, we don't.
But if we're going to appoint them, then.
Yeah, now.
Well, yeah, now they're here.
What about the alternate? Oh, that's still, that's just new, right?
In the event that there's a.
How are you?
How's everybody? Fancy meeting you here.
Candidates to pull from, plus a resolution required.
Yeah, I've never met this man. He's a stranger. Hi, Chris.
How are you?
We have 7 minutes to this interview. Most of them have been going, no pressure, between like around 5 to 6 minutes. So
That's
let's
fine.
see if we can
You know how I
keep
like
with
to
the
run a
trend.
meeting.
And your friendly face, but tell us a little bit about why you're interested on serving on the planning commission.
Well, sure. So after 3 years, if I don't quit 1PS sooner or later, they're probably going to kick me out. It'd be an unprecedented 4th term, so I'm looking ahead at what else I could do for the community. But just beyond that simple answer, having attended a few commission meetings, I get a feeling that the engagement with neighborhoods is something that could be improved. I do get the notice, within 500 feet or yards, I forget the measurement, a project is being considered and you have been informed. And that's good. I may look at it, I may not. But beyond that, I don't feel there's engagement at the level, as you know, I engage in MJOC, that level of conversation, of community engagement. Perhaps it would be advantageous to the commission to get support from immediate neighbors on projects, or maybe the flip of that. So I just think it's important, as you know from the role I already serve in, that the more communication, the better, particularly on projects. I think all of you, maybe not you lately, have come to meetings where people say, what's up with the Dream? What's up with the Orchid? And I think if there was more conversation about development projects, you wouldn't be bombarded all the time. Like, how come the mayor can't answer this question? It's the same answer every month, blah, blah, blah. You've been there. So I just think that's a slant that I could offer this. My planning background is probably a little bit more than pedestrian, so I'm not going to pretend I have a big planning background. But I think that what I can do in community engagement is a dimension that probably could add value to the commission. So that was actually largely why I was interested. So.
And you're also interested in Measure J?
Measure J is an interest because I've received the great support from that in projects. So my concern with Measure J of understanding is that it's kind of in limbo, or at least that's kind of the perception now, is that the budget for that is not quite there anymore. So while I see there's a connection with my experience, I get the feeling that people have left because there's nothing to do. I mean, that's just street talk, but that's some of the concerns I've heard about that commission. So I wouldn't want to be somewhere and then just sit and show up to a meeting and not do anything. But I'm happy to continue serving. Like I said, I think after 3 years in 1PS, well, I would hate to leave. I'll just step aside for a little while and see what else we can do here. So.
Coming against people with architectural expertise, engineering backgrounds, planning backgrounds, how do you put yourself on a level to interpret what's in front of you without that type of expert background?
It's a great question, because I have not immersed in that world. I'm conversant enough to know, I've attended a half dozen meetings, I would say, and the material is straightforward enough where I think if I don't know something, I can definitely find that answer and drill down into it. It wouldn't be more of a passive, like, I don't know what this is, sorry. Because, I would love to learn more as well. So, but yeah, I agree. There's a lot of experience coming through the doors today, and I think you have an interesting decision to make. But I'm very intrepid in my learning and how I apply myself, and it's an area that the term is for a number of years or so. So yeah, one would want to get in and invest and actually do a good job. So that's how I would apply that.
Okay. Were you aware that there's no openings
I am.
on the commission?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
And something to keep in mind, if there's vacancies that open up during the year, it's helpful to have this pool of applicants so we can.
Of course.
Yeah. Any other questions?
No, I know.
And a District 3 applicant, I might point out.
Well, I'm sorry.
District 3.
He's a good guy otherwise.
Rather vibrant district, isn't it? All right, well, thank you for your time.
All right, thanks,
Have a great day.
Thanks, Chris.
McDonald?
He's online.
Are they watching the
hear us?
previous interviews?
No, we don't admit them until.
Oh,
It's not live.
Anybody can.
It's live.
It's live?
Can you hear us okay, Mr. McDonald?
but not on TV.
It's not.
We're live
It's on-
Zoom. We have on the Zoom platform and it is.
Can you hear us, Mr.
rolling live.
McDonald?
Okay, it is live.
Yeah.
Okay,
They
thank
can
you.
watch.
Hello.
Hey, how are you? Are you traveling today? Is that why we have you on Zoom?
That critical time of May when there's graduations in high school and college.
Yeah.
My family's in Northern California.
Oh, well, good for you.
I like to call it Maycember. It's May, but it feels.
Yes, December. Exactly.
Well, Bob, thanks for being with us. We have about 7 minutes to do this interview. They've usually been about 5 minutes. For a little context, we don't have true vacancies on the planning commission, as we also have incumbents who have applied, but we also like to do these interviews so that if there's any vacancies that we can fill over the year, we have this pool of most recent applicants that we can able to pull from if they're still interested. So I just want to put that context and confirm you're still interested in interviewing today.
Certainly, yes, I am.
Great. Can you share a little bit as to why you're interested in serving on the planning commission?
Well, I have been involved in planning local governments my life. If you looked at my resume, that I served almost 10 years on the City of Sonoma's Planning Commission. And prior to that, I served 10 years on the Historic and Design Review Commission. I was also active in the business community in the Chamber of Commerce because I owned a business in Sonoma. Prior to that, I was an urban planner, a city planner. I started off as a planning technician, went and became an associate planner working for local governments, and ultimately worked for the city, county of San Francisco, but in a different capacity as a project manager for capital improvement and construction projects, and ultimately was the long-range planner and director for capital improvements for the city and county of San Francisco. So you can say it's kind of in my blood, and I've retired to Palm Springs, and I've been in Palm Springs officially full-time for almost 3 years, and part-time for a few years. And so that's kind of my, I want to continue to stay active. I want to contribute as much as I can to the city of Palm Springs. I love it. It's my new home. I live there full-time now. And I think if I have the capability, I want to be able to offer my skills and help to the city.
Have you been following our zoning code updates?
Yes, I have been following those on both on social media, on video, on your podcasts, and also I went to 2 workshops with the planning department at the casino. So I'm familiar with what's going on. It is what's happening in all cities and counties in California. I served as a planning commissioner for the city of Sonoma when we were doing exactly what you are all doing right now, and that was having to basically relook at our zoning code, relook at our general plan, look at the new legislation that's before all local governments, and having to comply, particularly with housing policy and housing performance requirements that the state is mandating. So I'm familiar with what Palm Springs is doing. I'm listening to you deliberate about what it is that you want and don't want and how you want to do it. And I am fortunate that I mostly went through that whole process already. And so that's one thing that I feel that I might be able to offer to the city of Palm Springs, particularly as it relates to design guidelines and objective standards for construction of high-density housing and affordable housing. Those are primary concerns of mine as a citizen, and I'm pretty sure that's the same concern for the city council.
How do you feel about 5-story buildings in Palm Springs?
Well, some of the 5-story buildings in Palm Springs are very attractive. I think, me personally, and I believe that quality design is important. I believe that massing requirements are vital. And I also believe that view corridors are extremely important. In the case of Palm Springs particularly, we're looking at also shadow requirements and looking at blocking views. All of these design considerations are vital to making sure that if you're developing a downtown or a corridor where there is higher density, that you're sensitive to the immediate uses. And so, but I'm familiar with that. We were tackling that in the city of Sonoma. One of the main things was a 5-story hotel in downtown Sonoma, which is a federally and state recognized historic place. So that was something that I spent a lot of time on as a planning commissioner with that city.
So you know where we're coming from.
Oh yeah, I do.
Yeah, great background.
Yeah.
Do you know J.R. Roberts
I know of him. Yes.
from Sonoma?
Yes, I know. I'm familiar with his name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
And District 3.
Bob, just one last thing. Again, if there was an opening, are you aware of the time commitment for planning commission?
Yes, I do. Our commission met twice a month. We also were encouraged to serve on committees. There was a huge outreach program that the commissioners were encouraged to and wanted to actually be at all of the community workshops. So I do know the time commitment involved. That's one of the reasons why I want to volunteer, because I'm a person that really likes to do things.
Okay, well, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
That's great.
Yeah. Just a couple minutes behind.
Hello.
Hi there.
Good, how are you?
Sit in any of these chairs.
No, just kidding.
Roger, thanks for spending some time with us a little bit and being interested in interviewing for the Planning Commission. So just so I want to put a little context into this. So we have 3 openings, but we also have 3 incumbents who applied. So actually have 0 actual vacancies, but it's really helpful to have these interviews in case we have any gaps in the year and we can fill them immediately with our most recent application. So I just want to give that context and confirm that you're aware and you're still interested in today's interview.
Absolutely, and thank you for being upfront about that.
Of course. Okay, well, tell us a little about yourself and why you're would be hoping to serve on the Planning Commission.
Yeah, so my name's Roger Montalongo, and to that question, I think everybody in this room has been asked that same question, and it's really because I have a heart to serve. And so my background's in urban design and city planning, and so went to school in Texas, did my master's in the UK, have been working for the private sector, the public sector, and the nonprofit sector, working with the city of Corpus Christi and their long-range planning department, so putting forward recommendations for the Planning Commission. have been working as the Director of Creative Activations in the placemaking side, community building with our artist community in Durham, North Carolina, and most recently, working for a large global engineering firm, WSP, focusing on a lot of SS4A type safety transportation projects. And so I guess for me, it really was that I was integral in community in the past places that I've lived in. But now working remote, it's kind of been isolating and really wanting to kind of integrate with the community in a topic that I'm actually passionate about. And so that's kind of what led me to apply for this position. I believe that representation matters, and being one of Palm Springs' newest residents, my partner got a job at the Historic Plaza Theater doing the booking, and so that's what brought us over here. And since we moved here in February, we've just been in awe with this community, and definitely want to make it our long-term home. And so, in that sense, this is what brought me here.
Amazing. Welcome to Palm Springs. Thank you for your enthusiasm so quickly.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Are you aware of the time commitment that the planning commission is here?
Absolutely. I would assume it's about 20-ish hours a month. There's a lot of participation in different committees. I know that there were quite a few at the convention center workshop a couple of maybe weeks ago that I attended sneakily through as a representative of the Plaza Theater. But I know that's like my bread and butter, and anytime that I can be out in the community, meet people, it fills my cup. And so to me, even though it is a time commitment, I don't really see it that way. On top of having to do the pre-reviews before starting conversations at the planning commissions, which are twice a month.
Can you follow the zoning code updates we're doing?
Yeah, and it's funny that you mentioned that, because I actually worked at Code Studio. It was one of my first jobs out of college, or out of my master's program. So I worked with Colin and Lee back when Code Studio was just 5 or 6 of us pre-pandemic. And so working through the Los Angeles Recode LA was one of those projects that I was a part of. So have definitely been following along with those conversations as well as the convention center talks.
I see in your list of other commissions that you're interested, you have a wide variety of commissions you'd like to serve on. Village Fest, everything else is strategic and planning and Village Fest. How are you deciding what are the secondary commissions you want to you are interested in?
No, that's a good question, and I feel like I chose Village Fest simply because working for the downtown organization. So I worked for downtown Corpus Christi, which was a downtown management district. And then in Durham, North Carolina, it was a business improvement district. And so that's really where I was in Corpus Christi, and I was a part of the art walk, bringing it back post-COVID. And so when I first got there, it was still a hybrid model where we just had like vendors, artist vendors pop up at local businesses, as well as having things online where people could shop with these vendors, but online. And I was like, well, let's close a block. And so we closed one block. Well, no, we actually started with 2. We started with People Street and Star Street. But they were too far apart. They were a couple blocks away. It was very bland, so it was kind of hard to get people to go from one side to the other. That event now closes 14 city blocks, brings in about 140 ish vendors. So it's similar to like what Village Fest does. But Village Fest is every Thursday. We only had capacity for once a month because there was only a staff of like 6 of us. So to do everything was impossible. But now with the help of Visit Corpus Christi and a bunch of our different partners, we've really been able to create something special with that. In fact, 2 larger events kind of spurred from that. Art Walk, Music Walk takes over Art Walk, which happens once a month, and that's where we bring a bunch of like large stage, or brought a lot of large stages out. And that really put us in the map for music, like a live music award through the governor's office. But the second is Mural Fest, and they're now at like year 5 or 6. And so the thing is, we bring a bunch of like national, even international artists, and we give them a blank piece of canvas. So working with the business property owners to identify walls where we can have these large murals. And so incrementally, we've been able to do 4 to 5 large murals every year. And so that's just been building up, and that happens at the end of May, beginning of June. So that Memorial Day weekend till like the first Friday of June is kind of when that event takes place. And it's just like increased exposure in Corpus Christi for arts, and just beautifying the like downtown and really revitalizing it. And we also managed the tours for the downtown area, so that really did help a lot in bringing funding and allowing us to make these implementations.
Well, now I see the connection.
Yeah.
So, yes.
That was fascinating. You should do that here.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And welcome to Palm Springs. We can't wait to see all the ways you'll get integrated into our community.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you all for your
Welcome to
time.
District 2.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Y'all take care.
All right, we have time for a 5-minute break. Well, you want 15?
No.
Actually,
Yeah.
Human rights.
And I'll get Daniel.
Thanks.
Okay. How are you? Ready to rock and roll?
Absolutely.
Thanks for your patience. A little behind, but it's okay.
Tired, we're good.
We have been scheduling these interviews, we have them 7 minutes each, most of them been going around 5, 6 maybe. Tell us a little about yourself and why you're looking to serve on the Human Rights Commission.
Sure. So I had a very long and very fulfilling career as a human resources for years. Last position was Director of Human Resources for the Rand Corporation in Santa Monica. And just thoroughly enjoyed all aspects of it, not only the organization, but also the work that we did, because the human resources side, specifically what I handled were employee relations, staffing, and training and development. And what it was fascinating, if you know anything about RAND, is that, you know, the overwhelming majority of the employees that work there have at least one PhD, sometimes multiple. So they know everything, at least according to them. But it was always interesting because even some of the smartest people in the world can do some of the silliest things, and you have to kind of bring them back in alignment. And I've just always enjoyed that aspect of reaching out to the people. I had a really good staff that worked with me, that you know, we just had a very cohesive team, and it was fun. I really did enjoy it, but it was time to retire and turn it over to somebody else. One of the things, and I will say this because it's, so I launched the DEI program at RAND. A lot of people, you know, now it's like you say DEI and you think COIL, but I was very proud of that program because we did, you know, the diversity and inclusion, the equity part of it. Diversity for us was really about reaching out to try and increase our candidate pool, because we always hired the best people no matter what, but we just needed more diverse candidates to actually apply. So we did a tremendous amount of work on where do we go, who do we recruit to, how do we get into those universities and the like. Equity piece was easy. It was making sure people were paid equitably, treated equitably, and then the inclusion part was always very interesting because it was, we had a very diverse workforce. We had a lot of international H-1B visa people that would come in to do specific research, and really reached out to make sure that they felt like they were part of the community. They weren't here just to work, they were actually part of the brand. So we had a, you know, I had a really good run with them. I enjoyed it, and it was time to retire. Moved out here 6 years ago full-time, been back and forth part-time for 20 plus years. And when I got out here, I was trying to see what we were going to do, how we were going to fit in, how we were going to give back to the community. I've been aware of the Human Rights Commission for years. My spouse Dennis and I actually lived in Palm Springs full-time from 2003 to 2008. At that point, I was actually a member of the Personnel Board, which no longer exists, I think. And so I did a 3-year term on the Personnel Board. And at the end of that term, I was considering going on to the Human Rights Commission. I actually wanted to move to that, and that's when I got the offer to go work at RAND, and that was not going to work to be part-time, you know, here and there. So, so I've always had an interest in it. I think what the organization does is really good work. It's very much in line with the type of diversity work I did with RAND. You know, reaching out to people, making them feel part of the community, making them feel that they feel safe, secure, heard, recognized. Since being out here, actually one of the things that just recently happened is I was named to the board of directors for the Shared Plate, which I think you are familiar with. You did the launch with them. So I'm now on the board, and I don't know if you're familiar with the Shared Plate. It's a wonderful organization. Oh my gosh, there's incredible volunteers that work there and the work that they do. But just the people that you meet, just gracious. They're just feel so grateful for what you're doing. They're always very kind and considerate. So I enjoy doing that work and looking forward to the work I'll be doing on the board, which the initial target I have is to sit back and observe all the volunteers and to see how to make them work more cohesively together. Because they have 3 different days that they serve food, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and there's basically 3 different groups. And how do you get those groups to mix together, and how do you get them to work together and be consistent in their how they do things? So that will be my challenge for them.
Yeah, that's great. Pass it over to anyone else, see if they have questions.
So what do you think some of the challenges are facing our Human Rights Commission?
Well, you had the big one from a few years ago, which hung out there for a while. But I understand that has been resolved both between the council and with the Human Rights Commission. I think the biggest challenge that the commission's going to have is how do you focus on, where do you focus from the standpoint of there's so much that needs to be done in this community, or any community for that matter, but Palm Springs, we have the diverse community, we have the homeless, we have LGBTQ, we have transgender, we have, it's just this huge, we have the Jewish community, it's just, how do you bring all that together and make sure that they are heard? And I think that's the biggest challenge of the commission is how do you focus and how do you really reach out to all of those different organizations without getting spread too thin?
Where should the commission get direction?
Well, I think they get direction from you guys, but I think the direction really should come up from almost like a groundswell. Like the commissioners should be involved in the community. They should be out there. They should see what's going on. And from that, they should be able to say, we need to focus on this group because this is a problem right now. It may not have risen to the point that it's being covered by the press or by anything else, but this is what we hear in the community. Mm-hmm. And I think you really do need to rely on the commissioners to be part of the community, to go out there and hear what's happening and bring that forward.
And do you see that happening today?
To some degree, I do. I watch online for the community. I've gone to a couple of the commission meetings, and it was a little awkward being the only one in the audience. But I look up online, and I do see things being brought forward. The commissioners have passion about something specific, or multiple items, and they really bring that forward. I guess I see that brought forward on the commission. I don't know what happens to it after that. Is my concern. Mm-hmm. It's like I see it at the meetings. I hear what something is brought forward. I hear a group is introduced or given a presentation. But does something happen after that? And that I'm not sure about. Mm-hmm. So
yeah, okay.
Are you aware of the time commitment regarding the Human Rights Commission?
I am.
Do you have any concerns, or you feel comfortable?
I feel very comfortable with that. I had the same question from the shared plate board, because full disclosure, I told them that I was coming for this interview, and they're like, well, what about the time commitment? It's like, I ran an HR organization that was worldwide, I'm good.
Great, well, Daniel, thank you very much, we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And District 3.
And District 3.
And District 3.
You've gotten emails from me before.
On your list, Richard Babbitt is going to be on a flight, so you can scratch through his name. He's not available. Richard.
Oh, Babbitt. Oh, no.
And I'm admitting Jack's kept now.
So we wouldn't consider Richard?
Have the interview.
David, can you hear us okay?
No, it's Jack. Oh,
David
Jack.
Jack's.
Sorry.
He is muted.
This packet's really tough.
Jax, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Would you mind enabling your camera?
Hey, Jax.
How are you guys?
Excellent.
Thanks for your patience. We know we're running a little behind, but we really appreciate it. We have, actually, the other thing, we have multiple screens here, so if we're looking at different places, we're still looking at you. We just might be using different screens. We have 7 minutes for this interview. Most of them have gone 5 to 6 minutes, so I think we might be able to finish early. But tell us a little bit about yourself and why Human Rights Commission? Why now? Why HRC?
Great. Well, thank you, first of all, for giving me this opportunity to speak to you. As you can tell, this is not the perfect environment for me to be doing it in. I hope you can hear me well. Right now, I'm in the baggage claim area of an airport. But I really want to continue my public service in the city of Palm Springs. It started a couple of years ago when I was serving as the trustee and treasurer to the library board of trustees. And in a couple of years in between, I was going back to school, and now I've graduated. So was looking for some opportunity to continue my public service.
Pass it over to see if anybody else has any questions.
Jax, can you tell us what particular skills you think you would bring to the Human Rights Commission?
Probably more like a combination of lived experience and professional experience. My background is in public health, also in governance and community engagement. And I have a demonstrated ability to work across communities.
Jax, what do you think?
Atención pasajeros de John F. Kennedy. Retiraron, no se debe a nadie que se deshace dentro o fuera del terminal.
What do you think are some of the problems facing human rights?
Cientos de dólares en paz para un viaje seguro.
Yeah, I've been actually doing a deep dive into the history of the Human Rights Commission over the last couple of years, and I talked to a former board member as well. And I don't know if I'd say that there's necessarily problems, but the way I view the Human Rights Commission is a way for the community to be able to express its opinions and to feel listened to. And oftentimes, maybe the council doesn't get that opportunity. There's a lot of business that goes on that doesn't necessarily deal with the way the community feels about living in the community of Palm Springs. But I really believe that this is an opportunity for them to do that. And so as serving on the Human Rights Commission, I feel it's kind of an advisory role, also an educational role to let the community know directly what the role of government is, as well as an opportunity to just listen.
Jax, taking that last question next step, listening to the community and understanding what's going on in the community, how do you bring that as an action to the Human Rights Commission?
Well, first of all, I'm very engaged in the community, and I'm also very engaged in policy. I'm kind of a news junkie. And so I like to keep abreast of what's going on in the town and in our community. So oftentimes, just in conversations with people or reading the newspaper, I can get, or actually social media, Facebook, those are great ways for me to have a good temperature read of what's going on in the community. So I think even on a national basis, I think there's some opportunities to have discussions with community. I think we're in an environment now where so many of us are feeling erased and marginalized. And I think it's an opportunity for the Human Rights Commission to listen to those voices.
Thanks.
Jax, are you aware of the time commitment regarding the Human Rights Commission? And do you have any questions or reactions or concerns about that?
You know, I'm not entirely aware of it, but usually when I get involved with something, I take a deeper dive than usually is required. When I was on the library board of trustees, I actually took their annual report and took 7 years of it and analyzed it and then prepared a report. Nobody asked me to do that, but it was something that made me feel grounded in my role. I don't anticipate. I anticipate the opposite. I probably will spend more time than probably is required.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Okay. Well, thanks, Jax. Safe travels if you're going to fun or coming home, whatever it might be. I think that was JFK, I heard, if I got that correct. Was it JFK?
Oh, I was trying to keep that out of the public sphere, but
Sure. We do have people always watching. Well, safe travels, and thank you again for your flexibility. We appreciate it.
thank you. Look forward to hearing back from you guys.
Okay, bye.
All right, here's kind of where we catch up. Erin is not available. Of course, she couldn't get off work. So Frank is here. So if you want to.
Oh, wait, Frank, which Frank?
McAlpin.
Okay.
Sorry.
Making sure there wasn't a surprise of the other
we-
Frank.
The first two or the next two are out.
Okay.
Erin's out and Frank, what is it, Kamala?
Okay.
Frank Alpin is here.
Wow,
So you catch up.
that list whittled down.
Yep. Hi.
Hey, how are you?
How are you?
Good.
Appreciate your flexibility and patience with us. You work at USW, that's right, okay, we met at Cal State San Bernardino, like, going through all my events this year. Thanks for applying. We have about 7 minutes for this interview. Most of the interviews have been going about 5 or 6 minutes. I have a timer, so it'll ring when we reach our time, but tell us a little about yourself and why you're looking to serve on the Human Rights Commission.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. My name is Frank. I've lived in Palm Springs probably for 4 years now. And I'm a social worker, but I'm currently a professor at Cal State San Bernardino in the Palm Desert campus. And mainly I just want to get more involved. My classes that I teach are mostly around policy and advocacy, which is why I invited you all to come and talk to the students and just kind of want to get more involved in terms of like community involvement. Kind of practice what I preach.
So why the Human Rights Commission?
It felt like the one that I most align with in terms of like all of my experience in social work. I've worked, mostly in community practice in New York, LA, Chicago, Africa, at the intersection of a lot of different human rights issues, housing, LGBT rights, youth. So it just felt like social justice. It kind of felt like the best fit for me in terms of like my knowledge and experience.
So when we asked about problems facing the Board of Commissions and suggestions, you put quite extensive. So what would you focus on?
You mean the list I provided?
Yeah.
Well, good question. I mean, I'm very interested in like the intersection of housing and housing justice. I think is a really important human rights issue. I worked at Mizell Senior Center for just under a year, and I was in charge of like case management there, and I worked with a lot of seniors in Palm Springs who are renting from someone. They're priced out. That person, they rented for that person for $600 for 15 years. That person's selling, and now they need a place to go, and they have nowhere to go. So I think like how do we, and again like kind of that intersection of like fixed income, seniors, this is their home but nowhere to go type of thing. So I think housing is a really big issue that I, and I think just in general like connecting human rights or like social justice to like the larger issues that are happening in the community, and kind of maybe having conversations with people around housing, around homelessness, around things that people may feel like a little like NIMBY about, like not in my backyard, and trying to like bridge that.
How does the commission actually, what's the outcome at the commission level to address some of the concerns that you raised? What's the outcome you would expect?
I think it depends. I guess like, you know, maybe partly like either being a space for people to come to share their concerns, maybe partnering with community members who want to address those concerns, or like helping to interface between other entities within the government to kind of share like, hey, this is what's going on. I mean, I think it would be cool, and I think this is done a little bit, but like promoting specific initiatives or like advocating for specific initiatives that would further human rights in the city or like address kind of social injustice.
How do you see the advocacy? What is the actual advocacy steps? What could they do?
Well, I don't know exactly the power of the commission, but I think like, I mean, it could be as simple as like partnering with a community group to organize around something. Like they come, they say our community, they're building, you know, a luxury housing in our community, and that's taking away, you know, workforce housing. And like, could we support that organizing, or could we partner with that organizing?
Mm-hmm.
Could we help them or partner with them to discuss that at like the city level or the county level? So, I mean, I guess it would look different, and I'm not knowing, I mean, I definitely don't know the interworkings of like the council or the commissions and how they interface with and what their appropriate kind of role is in terms of like how they would advocate, but so I would want to know that and like follow that.
Yeah, well, I'm curious about your vision and what that expectation would be.
Okay.
Yeah. Where'd you move from?
Well, most recently I worked at University of Utah, but I lived in LA for a long time before that.
Sweet.
You have a full-time job. We always appreciate working professionals of being on our commissions and sharing that working professional experience of our city. Are you aware of the time commitment, and do you have any concerns or questions about that?
So is it the meetings are Mondays?
They're monthly.
Yeah. And then
Mondays at 5.
okay. And then like other like if there was other things you like support, then that's kind of like additional to the Monday, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Optional, additional. Does that feel doable to your schedule?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I teach on Tuesdays and Thursdays and need to be on campus on Tuesdays and Thursdays in the evenings, but otherwise I'm pretty flexible.
Okay, great. All right. Well, thank you, Frank. It's
Yeah,
good to see
yeah,
you again.
thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you very
much.
much. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Sorry, I wrote on Erin's page,
Oh.
so I was like, Erin.
I almost wrote on the wrong phrase.
Yeah. You make a note. Sure. Wasn't quite. That was McAlpin, right? Yep.
McAlpin.
Right here. Oh,
Hello, how are you?
Mr. Nickel, how are you?
I'm well. How are you doing?
Excellent.
Good.
Thanks for joining us today. Really appreciate it. We have about 7 minutes for this interview. Most of our interviews have been going about around 5 to 6 minutes. But tell us a little bit about yourself, George, and why Human Rights Commission? Why now?
Sure.
Set the stage.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm originally from Pennsylvania, lived here since I graduated from film school in Los Angeles, and then West Hollywood for 21 years. And my husband and I moved here in December, so we're very new to Palm Springs. But we've been coming here, I actually wrote 2001, but I believe it's since 2000. So we even honeymooned here when we could marry. It's always been our place. So we found a place that we absolutely love. It was a little unexpected. We made an offer. It was accepted, one and only offer, and so we moved here. And every single day we're happy that we did it. So I like to say that we didn't as much move away from West Hollywood, which I still revere. We moved to Palm Springs. So, and why Human Rights Commission, why being on a commission at all is because if you don't get involved with your local city, then you're going to end up living in the city where other people make decisions for you. So it's always good to have a voice. It's always good to be there. And as far as the Human Rights Commission, it seemed to align mostly with the commissions that I've worked on. So I was a public safety commissioner for years in West Hollywood. And of course, when you're dealing with public safety, you're often dealing with vulnerable communities and concerns around first responders with the police. And then I was also on the district attorney's LGBTQ advisory board.
Any questions from anybody?
No, are there specific issues that you think that the Human Rights Commission should address, or that are maybe conversations that are not happening right now that should?
Yeah, I've watched a lot of meetings, and I've been to some as well, and it does seem that a lot is covered. I really like that there are a lot of outside services that come in, Martha's Village, Boys and Girls Club, school. There's a whole lot that's being done. I think that what you have to do is prepare for our federal government, because unfortunately we have a federal government whose values do not align with the values of Palm Springs. So you need to be prepared to make quick moves to protect vulnerable communities when rights are taken away. And I believe it's quite possible that they will be.
How do you think the Human Rights Commission will be most effective in doing that and other work?
Well, I think the main thing for any commission is always being a liaison between residents and the people who come here to have a good time, who may become residents, and government. I think it's really, really important. So outreach always matters in education, which I know is part of what the Human Rights Commission does. It's a matter of educating people on issues that are hot button issues, and hopefully also to calm things down and make everyone get along as much as possible. So I think that outreach is always really important. I really like that. I believe that there was a booth I stopped by at the PS1 picnic. These kinds of things really, really matter. At every single opportunity, I mean, it might even make sense to have some presence at some point at Village Fest. And it hasn't been there. Let people know. That's the problem. Most people never go to a city council meeting. They never even know that the commissions exist, and they don't know what's available to help them. So when things go bad, they find out pretty quickly, but it's good for them to know the resources are there. So part of it is having residents tell us what they need.
How do you get beyond the challenge of being new in a community and in under 12 months serving on a commission? So that newness versus stability in the community. How do you get over that hurdle?
Right. So, I mean, I will say it was, and I wrestled with the idea of applying it all for that exact reason. And if there are people that are equally qualified and they have been long-term residents, you should certainly appoint them over me. I believe that. I really do believe that being grounded in the community matters. I have lived here since December, but like I said, I've been coming here for 25, 26 years, a lot of time. I've spent a lot of time here. And it's a matter of listening. It's a matter of going out and doing as much as you can and being a part of the community. I've only been here a little while, but I'm already a member of my neighborhood organization. I'm on my HOA, if that matters. And I look at the calendar and I go out to things that I think could have an impact on me and my neighbors. One of the things is the fire station. Expanding Fire Station 1, replacing that. And I went to the first open house, and I hadn't planned to, but I got up and I spoke. So, because I think I had a point of view, and I had a point of view because a lot of very basic things are the same no matter what city you live in. People want a safe place to live where they feel included.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for being there.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
That's it.
Welcome to Palm Springs. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
For your interest in serving so quickly.
It's our desert paradise. We're happy to be here.
All right, George.
It's good
Thanks.
to hear. Thank you, George.
I feel like one PS needs to change its name to PS1.
There you go.
Every new resident always mixes it up. And it's almost like, oh wait, are we the ones that are wrong? Should we switch it?
PS1 sounds good too.
It does. No, but it's like the most common mistake that I hear from new residents. And so I'm like, maybe it's us.
So Lisa didn't respond, so we have Linda.
Okay. Here you are, Ben. Hi, Linda.
Welcome.
Got all these.
Oh, you haven't been in our new,
Oh.
in our updated room.
Thank goodness.
Hi, Linda. It's good to
Hello,
see
hello,
you.
hello,
How are you?
everybody. Wow, yeah, this is like shining.
Yeah, it's nice.
Quite the upgrade. We have 7 minutes for today.
Mhm.
So you've served on so many different groups and orgs. Thank you for your service. Tell us why you're interested in Human Rights Commission right now.
Because I believe in the mission of what you're to be doing on this commission. I think it's a place where everybody in every community should feel safe and included. And that includes maybe our Filipino community, which I haven't seen represented. Our disabled community, a little bit. How are they doing? How are they getting around their town? How are they being treated? And I think the mission to try to see that everybody's safe and sound and can participate and can be a part of the community. I think that takes a little bit of effort on the commissions to go out and get people to be, to come and to try or to give up their time. I'm not sure a lot of people know how to do that. I didn't, and I was mentored. And so mentoring is important. Okay.
I'm gonna pass it over, see if anybody else has any other questions.
Are there things that you think the Human Rights Commission should be working on that they're not right now?
I did attend a meeting last year, and when I walked in, I thought, whoa, we're missing some pieces here. And that stayed with me all year long. We have a big Hispanic community. We have a very big and important Black community. The Filipino community is out there, and they had come to Major J. Naomi, you can address that, to paint a mural in the park, if you remember. I would also like to see younger people. I'm a big advocate of, boy, with the new College of the Desert, is that empowering? You drive by there and somebody from the educational community. I'm not sure anybody really gets to City Hall unless if somebody brings you. And we used to have kids come and do the pledge, and you brought back the little Girl Scouts. And I'm delighted, because if you're not in a civics class at high school, you don't know who's making rules for you. And our young people are an important part of our community in terms of jobs. And you're not the commission, but they had a wonderful woman from Palm Springs High School, I believe, or the district, who came and talked about the rainbow rooms that are going in schools, so that young people have a place to go and talk about who they are and what they're becoming. And I thought it was really quite interesting. And then after that meeting, some of the members said, well, we need to write, and we need to write about this. And you just had an expert here who has written curriculum and has the program in place. And you could certainly bring her in to write some pieces for our young people. Okay. What else?
Where do you see the strengths that you have making the biggest difference with the Human Rights Commission?
Well, if you work with me, you know I am not shy. I've lived here a long, long time. I became late 60s. It's not the little community it was. And I'm not opposed to that, but I still like the low level, and I do like growing up here. I do my homework. I appreciate the city employees. I think we have amazing people who work here and our council. That would be my strength. I really feel diversity is something I would talk about a bit more. I do think you have Beverly Greer. Do you know much about her?
I do.
Is she related to Nathan Greer, that family?
Oh, that I don't know.
That you
Sorry.
I have to research it. And I think we do have a large community on the north end of town that have, I know all those kids, and they have spoken to me about some things that bother them. So here's the place, you know, or run for council, or go where your voice makes the difference, and that's what I tell them. Well, Miss Futer. No, you have to do it. So that's what I would say. I do think there needs to be some different faces around the table. I feel strongly about that. And whatever the work is to be done, I'm willing to do that.
And how is your face different?
How what?
How is your face different?
Oh, my face?
Yeah, then what's around the table?
Oh, okay, you have 2 women on the commission. I don't know. I think it is, with all due respect, very heavy gay LGBT, whatever. And I think, thank you for doing a great deal to bring that out to the public. I feel Palm Springs is pretty fair overall. Wonderful events, the things that people do. There's always some fool that's going to say something dumb or rude, right? You know, to all of us, trust me. But I just think I would like to see more Desert Highland people. I would like to see somebody from the Filipino community. I would like to see perhaps a little more Hispanic community. And I don't know, are there, and the disabled community. I really, when I visited and there wasn't somebody in a wheelchair, I went, oh.
We do have a member in a wheelchair.
Do you?
Yeah.
I
He's
have-
on, he attends most of the meetings, or Commissioner Malachi, he attends most meetings on Zoom to be accessible.
Wonderful.
Yeah, but he is
Oh.
actually, funny that you mentioned that specifically.
No, I think I am healing knees and so I've had my cane experience, and it has really taught me a lot about how nice people are. I'm shocked, to be honest with you. Oh, can I help you? Can I open the door? I mean, there's a lot of things that we can do. I think the theme should be kind. That's pretty simple. I like to see that across Palm Canyon, quite frankly. Be kind. It's not hard to be kind. So, but thank you for telling me that. Thank you very much. I'm glad.
Thank you, Linda. We really appreciate you.
Yeah.
That is very helpful.
Serving.
Nice to see you again.
Glad to see you.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
It's over today. Are you here longer?
Yes.
It's still early.
Still have a bit more.
It's over.
Always, Linda.
All right, enjoy.
Take care. Thank you all for what you do.
How long did you serve it? 2 years? 4 years?
I think so. How long did you?
Michelle, can you hear us?
Oh, she's online, okay.
Michelle, can you hear us? Okay. I can't hear you.
Hello?
We can see you.
Can you try speaking one more time, Michelle?
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you
Yeah, there we
go.
go.
Okay. Michelle, thanks so much for spending a few minutes. We've been running a little behind, so appreciate your flexibility. We have 7 minutes for this interview. Most have been going about 5 or 6 minutes, so we may finish a little early. But tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're looking forward to serving on the Human Rights Commission. Why human rights? Why now? We'd love to hear a little bit more.
Okay, name is Michelle, obviously. I'm just moved out here in January from Utah. And I still currently am employed in Utah. but I work for Utah Association of Justice, so it's just kind of a carryover in what I am very passionate about doing. I have been kind of paying attention to the meetings, and I noticed kind of race coming up as an issue. And I understand, just because of what I've done for a living, the importance of being able to listen, value people, and relay information to where it needs to go so that something can be done. But I think most importantly is that people need to be heard and valued when they're heard. So it's just kind of something based in who I am. Like I get up in the morning, it's what I do for a living. It's hard in my everyday life not to open up my mouth when I see an injustice being done. So it beats, my heart beats strong with it. And I think that kind of with my background and my passion for it, I could be a good asset, especially in valuing and hearing people.
And where do you see the commission acting on that? Acting on, you know, what you're hearing and what folks are sharing with you?
I think like obviously like community outreach, letting people know that there is a place to be heard. I saw maybe that through the meetings, like youth engagement in schools, that they're moving forward with. I'd like to see that come to fruition. I think that's very important. Just everything in the community. I know the meetings that looks like only sometimes some people come in, and I feel like there's a lot more people through outreach that could be reached, and then that information then could go through this flow system.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, you work remotely out here?
I do work remotely.
So the time commitment's fine?
Yes. Right now, I couldn't come in today because I was doing an ethics training for paralegals. So they're on hold for this, for you guys. They're fine. They have bagels.
Well, we appreciate that. What is, can you share a little bit about, you mentioned kind of a lot of your kind of personal background and work at the Association of Justice in Utah. What are kind of maybe some of those specific skills and expertise or even cultural diversity do you think that would bring like a tangible new asset to the Human Rights Commission maybe? So if you could share a little bit about your kind of skill set and how that could be applied to the HRC conversations.
I think like understanding diverse communities, understanding or being able to interpret kind of discrimination acts for underserved populations, knowing that it needs to move on to a different body that for something to be done. And I think I have kind of a background in maybe strengthening community relationships. I worked on the Department of Justice's Title IX, which was reporting of sexual violence on colleges. And the most beneficial part of that was outreach and listening to people. And then obviously that information went to attorneys and the lawmakers that were able to get something done. I think obviously I talked about the ethics part of it, and obviously understanding human rights and dignity for residents and visitors.
Thank you. Any other questions for Michelle?
No. Background. I appreciate you taking a break from ethics.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you for your interest in applying so quickly after moving to Palm Springs. It's been amazing to see new residents jump into our community so quickly.
Thank you guys for giving me some time.
Okay, have a good one.
Right.
Who's next?
Yeah, person should be here in person. Jump ahead.
Someone kept calling me over and over. I was like, oh my God. Someone kept calling me. It's like airplane mode.
Texting me.
Hi, Mihai.
Sorry for
Great to see you again.
Hi, Mihai. Thanks for spending some time with us today. We really appreciate it. You're a friendly face to this group, so I don't think you need to give too much of your background, but why are you looking to serve on the Human Rights Commission? Why now?
Well, I've been meaning for a long time, but kind of I always forgot about the deadline, and I always remember after. But I think, it's really in line with what I do and what I'm interested in, both professionally and personally. And I think it's, since there isn't a commission that focuses on economic development in particular, I think human rights really, especially in Palm Springs, covers that aspect of well-being, opportunities, access. So I think that's kind of something that I'm very interested in. And I was reading earlier the statement about the commission, and the relationship part within the community. I think it's really what I do, and it's such an important part of the Blue Zone's work, connecting people and creating that environment where community members can connect and develop relationships. I don't want to say fight, but find solutions through social isolation and really figure out ways of being together and eventually working together and identifying opportunities, navigating access to different resources that the community offers.
Great.
So you're already doing a lot in the community to do that. What do you think human rights you can do additive to what you're already doing everywhere else?
I think it's maybe brings a different lens, because I think we are looking at, obviously well-being, and I don't think we are looking from, just in general, or the community, they don't necessarily look, and I don't necessarily look from a human rights aspect. I think we are more in silo, this is transportation, this is food, but I think at the end of the day, it's really cover everything. And I think Human Rights Commission and that idea, that concept really covers everything. And I think gives a different perspective to look at it. And hopefully, provide different solutions and different ways of connecting the dots in what we are doing that might seem separate from other entities are doing, or the city or other organizations.
bringing that thought and your vision to the commission, how do you transform that into actionable steps at the commission?
That's a big question. I think just being strategic and taking it step by step, and I think being very what can be done in short term and how do we build on what has been done so far. And I think that's kind of, we want to change everything, but that's not doable overnight. And I think figuring out, okay, what has been done and how do we build on all the investment that has been done, all the relationships that the commission has, and see what's next. And I know the meetings are public and anyone can join. So that transfer, that connection with the community exists, and trying to figure out what we take out of those conversations and how do we fit into what the city is already doing. Whether, it's a radical shade or walkability or everything. I mean, how do we put those elements into work? Because probably it's not very feasible financially or in terms of resource for the commission to take on like, oh, this is our project. But how do we fit whatever the commission decides to do and propose into the bigger projects, into the bigger ideas and developments that other commissions might work on, or the city or different departments? How do we plug into those projects? I think that's kind of probably an easier way to move forward things and have the commission to demonstrate, yes, we've done this, we are behind this, these are some very measurable steps that we took. Even the dog park that Blue Zones is working on, I mean, if you think about it, that's also a human rights, something that the commission can support. They might not lead it, but it's there. I think their input and perspective should be considered, or all the events, especially from a Blue Zones perspective. They should have a say. Maybe not a say, but provide a perspective and suggestions. Just like we work with the Park and Recs or Sustainability Commission, having that relationship, because I think the commission can bring a different perspective that we don't think about.
What's the connection between radical shade and the Human Rights Commission?
And I think we need that, right? We talk about, oh, you should walk, you should have access to the stores. I mean, this morning we did the Sunlight Blue Zones Town Hall, James O'Jesse, and we talked about walkability. But if there's no shade, we actually did, Sunlight brought a bus, which was very nice and very clean. And we did the bus tour with those that were present there. And everyone was talking about, yes, the bus stop is there, but then we have 10 minutes to walk to our home. So I think, that might be a barrier for especially some of our senior residents to use the bus. So shade, I think, that will encourage them to walk. And so I think, that can be or that is can be looked at from a human rights perspective. That access to public transportation, because there is no shade, or especially now that it's getting hotter, incentivizes and provides access. I'm looking at human rights just in general as access. We talk about diversity, we talk about inclusion, but do we have access to all these things? And not necessarily from a philosophical perspective, but literally, do we have shade? Or do we have sidewalks to get there? I think we complicate things, but do we have those really basic access tools to what we need, and then complain about other things?
Yeah.
So there was a lady today, and she's using one of the bus stops in Vistacino, and I think she was saying, well, I would use it even later during the day, but there is no sidewalk on a section of her street. So I think that is, but I think, having the Human Rights Commission maybe advocate on that or contributing to the conversation, I think that will also help other departments.
Good, thank you.
It's time, but thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I really
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Bye.
That's not what we're doing.
What are we doing?
Renee?
Renee. Oh, we're doing Renee.
She's not in my book.
Renee or Michelle?
Renee.
Renee, I have Renee.
Page 64.
Oh, oh, got it, thank you.
Okay, so here you have another one.
We're now ahead of schedule, so.
Okay.
Renee?
That's fine.
Hi there.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for applying and spending a little bit of time with us to talk about the Human Rights Commission. We have 7 minutes for this interview. Some have gone 5 or 6 minutes, but really looking forward to chatting. So let's just get started. I'd love to hear a little bit more about yourself and why are you interested in serving on the Human Rights Commission? Why now?
Well, my name is Rene Robles. A little bit about myself. I work for the County Riverside as a crisis responder and assist a lot of and support a lot of the community. I'm also a resident here. I'm also part of the community as a LGBTQ plus. And I believe in supporting and strongly the community and educating the community and linking them to resources if necessary and developing a good rapport and relationship within this community.
What particular skills would you bring to the Human Rights Commission?
A lot.
But tell us.
Yeah, it's so hard to break it down. However, my lived experience, my understanding of cultural differences, and just being where I'm at today. I'm a genuine individual, and I work well with others. And I've also, want to add that I have been with the county for almost 4 years doing what I do.
So what crisis team are you on?
It's called the Mobile Crisis Management Team, under the county, the umbrella of the County Riverside.
Yeah, but are
Behavioral
you
health-
the mental health?
Behavioral Health Department.
Okay, so we call you,
You
you're
wanna
one
call
of the
me?
people we call when we have an issue that needs to have a little attention.
Yes, sir. I'm one of the individuals that will respond.
Yeah.
We're dispatched out. And also, I would like to add also, in my role that I play with the County of Riverside, we have a very great communication and relationship with the law enforcement, including but not limited to Palm Springs. So we co-respond with law enforcement as well. And so yes, to answer your question, I would be one of the ones that would come in and work with you in a person-centered approach. You might be having a bad day, and it doesn't mean that I'm going to come in and be arbitrary and make your day worse.
Yeah.
So that gives you an understanding of the center of myself as well.
We need more of you. Advocate for more crisis responders in Palm Springs.
We have a tough job, and but it is what it is. I've chosen this role, and I respect it. And
yeah, well, thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
What issues or problems do you see facing the Human Rights Commission, and do you have any ideas or suggestions on how the commission could address those?
I can't sit here before you and tell you that I see any problems with the Human Rights Commission. However, I just saw recently the May 11th recording of the HRC, the two gentlemen that were sitting back here, and a nice lady from Palm Springs Unified School, or Palm Springs High School, I believe, or Palm Springs Unified. I don't know. She presented a program that I liked very much, where the Rainbow Program and whatnot. But the two gentlemen that were sitting back here that addressed some, concerns about unfairness and I guess some perceived racism. I think I've experienced the same thing, but I don't focus on that. It's okay. It's good to address it. Things need to be addressed, as I do in my role at work. But I think that when we do address those things and the way they addressed it, I really like. I'm going to add this that they addressed it, but I really liked that. It looked like that gentleman right there.
Could be.
It was
He's guilty.
Yeah, he's guilty because he had to stop them because they had 3 minutes. But I really like that. I believe it was him that he's guilty in that he wanted to revisit that concern or the concerns of the two gentlemen that were sitting here. I really like that because he didn't just listen and hear them and just disregard it. He brought it forth to be able to address it even further and to try to find a resolve to this. Because that's reality. There's some reality behind that.
How would you expect the commission to put action into that conversation that you heard with Honey and Onyx?
First of all, bring it to the attention, and then and listening. Active listening is extremely important. But as this gentleman did, he did not just disregard it. Again, he wants to revisit it, and it sounds that there will be an agenda item soon to talk about it. And talking about it, actively listening to each other's side, I think that would be a very good type of resolve.
Mm-hmm.
And it's important to develop a good relationship with everybody. And one of the key things is to educate each other. And we educate each other by listening and trying to find some type of resolve to it.
Great, great.
I hope I answered your question.
Yeah.
The commission meets once a month on Mondays at 5, right?
Every second Monday? Is that correct?
It's the first Monday, I believe.
5:30.
It's 5. It's at 5.
Do you have any concerns with your work commitments or other life commitments for a monthly meeting?
No, I do not. I've already spoken to my current supervisor referencing this obligation should I be selected. So I think it would be an honor to be part of your commission. I believe I would be sitting here with you as a council member.
Not with us.
Not with us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I apologize. I'll retract on that, but I'll be sitting with somebody, right?
Okay.
Sorry.
That's our time, perfect timing. Thank you, Renee, we really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks.
All right.
Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
This is so weird.
And District 5.
It works to search, but all of a sudden it stops. So we're on to Sarah.
Here, that's the last one. Sorry.
Take those all with you.
Hi, how are you?
Sarah, how are you? Hi,
Good to see you
good to
again.
see you again. Thanks for spending a little bit of time with us. We have about 7 minutes for this interview, and looking forward to chatting. So if you could share a little bit about background about yourself and why the Human Rights Commission, what piques your interest there?
Absolutely. My name is Sarah Lilly. I'm a recent resident to Palm Springs, and I recently retired from a 20-year career in the federal government, where I worked for 20 years preserving the human rights of individuals in the United States. I held various positions in the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, senior positions, where I was involved in various activities to include, but not limited to, conducting administrative investigations into potential violations of human rights, developing national civil rights policy, formulating policy recommendations targeted to preserving human and civil rights, engaging with communities experiencing harm from potential human and civil rights violations, representing the government in roundtables, to include roundtables with the United Nations, and creating educational programming about the constitutions and provisions of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And the reason I'm interested in being involved with this commission is because I still have more to give.
What's GS-14?
GS-14 is a...
Sounds like a secret spy.
It's not. It's a particular
Underground.
pay grade in the federal government.
It's pretty high up there.
It is.
What's
I was a GS-15.
Oh, 15. So what's the highest level?
15, unless you become a senior executive service, and then beyond that, a political appointee.
Yeah. Beautiful. Well, you made it pretty far.
I did.
Sarah, can you talk a little bit about what things that you think the Human Rights Commission could do better, things that you would want to address that you don't think are being addressed now?
I could, and in answering this question, please know that I did go to your website and I looked at some past meeting minutes, but it's also impossible for me not to take into account the training that I've had at the federal government level. So some human rights topics and projects that I propose the City of Palm Springs address based on past public meetings and current events include immigration, healthcare, housing, education, nutrition, climate change, voting rights, gender equality, and discrimination.
How do you see the commission putting into action a conversation about immigration?
Absolutely.
What comes from that conversation?
Yeah, well, I think we are very aware of the impact that the federal government's immigration activities have had on our community and other communities around the country. And I think it's important for the City of Palm Springs to put into action communication to our residents and our business owners to let them know that we are here for them, and communicate ways in which we are working to protect our residents and business owners. That's a start, and we could go as far as putting into place measures to make sure that the city is potentially protected from liability, from potential lawsuit from the federal government. I think there are actions and activities that could be put into place. It's unfortunate that we are living in a time when the federal government is actually taking states to court and taking cities to court over their immigration activities, and I think there are a number of things that we could do without necessarily reinventing the wheel, because other cities are doing this, to protect our city and our residents and businesses. But I think at a minimum, we need to let our residents know that we're here from them, that we are here for them, and communicate the ways that we are working to protect them.
Thanks.
I just wanted to make sure, because I saw on your application, so the Human Rights Commissions are public. They're in this room, so and they're also put on the YouTube channel.
Correct.
Just to make sure that you're aware.
You mentioned that you recently retired from the federal government. Just asking this to folks just to underscore, the HRC meetings are once a month on which one? Second Monday?
I think it's the first Monday.
Second Monday of every month.
First or second?
Jeremy says
Second, okay, second.
Second?
Okay,
Second.
sorry about that.
At 5, do you see any issues with that commitment, either professionally or personally? in your life?
I am currently working part-time for a local museum, and there are times, depending on my schedule, where I get off at 5. In terms of navigating that, I mean, hopefully that would just be a conversation with my employer about the need to maybe depart early. If I, change jobs in the near future, where my hours would change, I mean, again, that's having a conversation with that employer about the ability to perhaps leave work.
What local museum?
The Agua Caliente Cultural Museum.
Oh, nice, very good. So what are you doing there?
I am a gallery attendant, so I engage with the public when they come in the door about what they're going to see and experience.
Nice.
And then there are times where I'm actually in the gallery, interpreting to the extent that we're allowed some of the exhibits.
Beautiful. And where did you move from?
I've been in a lot of different cities. So I left Washington, D.C. Shortly after January 6th and moved to Northern California.
The infamous January 6th, or, okay.
And moved to Northern California and was working remotely there for the federal government. And then, unfortunately, the office that I was working for in Homeland Security was abolished as soon as the new administration came in. And that changed my entire life, and so I needed to come closer to civilization. I was living on the rural California coast, and needed to come closer to civilization where I can find work.
Yeah. Well, glad you're here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your interest in serving. I appreciate this conversation. Okay,
Sure.
Thanks, Sarah. We're good. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Break? Break?
Yes,
And then,
please.
no one else came back, right?
No one else after.
How much time do you guys need?
5 minutes.
Sure. Okay, so we're going to start with Human Rights Commission, which we just wrapped. We have, it's amazing, we have so many applicants across all of our commissions. Thank you, City Clerk's Office, for all your recruitment and promotion. Of course, the diversity and of different kinds is always a big focus, but we have so many applications, so thank you for all your work there. So for HRC, there are 3 total vacancies, so 3 out of the 5 incumbents have been recommended from feedback from our chair and our liaisons. Those are Beverly Greer, Bobby Remus, and Carlotta Rink, which has us for 3 remaining vacancies. I have thoughts on kind of the most top of mind for HRC. Sarah, Jax, Mihai, and Frank stood as people with real background and lived experience, but I'm open to the conversation as to how any other names that stood out. And I mean, overall, we had, again, an excellent pool, but we're filling for 3 openings.
I also like Michelle. I thought she had.
I didn't feel Michelle understood what the commission's purpose is. I felt Linda was not in tune with the commission and their purpose. Daniel Borgstadt, I thought was an exceptional candidate with exceptional background. Sarah didn't know what the commission does, even thought that they didn't meet, but I do like the professional background that she brings. So if we had, Sarah was on a short list, I would say yes on Sarah. Then Daniel would be my next candidate, and then Frank McAlpin would be the next one. And then if we could name 2 backups, which I would suggest, 2 other candidates that this group agrees on, I think that opens the door for possibly another woman.
Why would we do 2 additional?
We only have 3 openings.
Well, I'm just thinking in case there's an opportunity to.
That's including those 3. It's 3 total, including.
We have 3 incumbents and 3 open. 3 incumbents recommended by liaison, and then so we have potentially 3.
We have 3 total vacancies that we are filling today.
They reapplied, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I understand that.
Do we have?
Sorry, and Ron, I just want to make sure, new names that were highlighted, you said Frank and Daniel, right?
Frank McAlpin, Daniel, and I support Sarah from her professional background that she brings to the table, which I think could aid the commission.
Okay. Any other new names? So the ones that have been whittled down based off of feedback, I have Sarah, Jax, Mihai, Frank, Michelle, and Daniel. Any other new names?
I liked Linda in the sense that she was raising issues about communities that were not represented. I do agree that she wasn't as in tune with what was happening right at this moment on that, but she was raising issues that are important, and she is a resident since the 60s, which is not something we really have right now.
I mean,
Yeah.
I should say, there's great candidates.
Everyone is really
and
great.
Their willingness to serve and want to do this is commendable. So we should be clear, this is like trying to figure out the best of a lot of really good candidates.
Really good candidates.
I did really like Sarah too. I think that she brought, her background is incredibly impressive and would give the commission, just like we have with planning, making sure we have planners and architects on the planning commission, I think that she would give us that like very experienced knowledge in civil rights, and that would be just invaluable right now to kind of move the work forward.
I agree completely. But especially the balance of what is appropriate and possible from a city response too.
Right.
Can we say Sarah is Sarah agreed on?
Yeah, Sarah's one of the three. Okay.
So one completed.
And I will just say, just for the sake of saying, it's not common that we appoint somebody that's newer to the city. But I think in this case, the experience is just really valuable in a way that is not common.
I don't want to break the district. I don't know what, I guess the chair is from District 2.
In terms of,
I think the next one of all of the candidates that brings a career background is Daniel.
I'd also say Frank too as an MSW.
Yeah, and Daniel and Frank are both right
Frank,
there from an experience standpoint, specifically in HR. So if they're bringing a different kind of experience than I'm looking at Sarah. I see Frank and Daniel as having, their career was, in the arena that we really want them to be looking at.
yeah.
Yeah, Frank was.
I thought another piece that I appreciated of Frank's interview was really connecting, similar to kind of that rainbow presentation from Conference Unified, but who are the organizations that are actually moving this work, and how can the commission champion partner with kind of the on-the-ground organizations, which I think is helpful because there are limits to how much the commission can actually do.
Yeah.
It's part of it's one of the things why he stood out.
I like Frank.
Okay, all right, so Frank, I think we have agreement. Frank is our other Phil.
This is hard now.
I know.
I like Michelle. I like Mihai.
My only concern with Mihai is not having a commissioner that's like fully able to really participate. And I just wonder how many different kinds of conflicts we're gonna have. Like his work right now feeds into this, but then are we gonna have a conflict and he's gonna have to step away from the conversation? Is it better for Blue Zones to just be partnering with HRC more often than have him on the commission right now?
That's a good point.
Like as one of those partner
Yes,
organizations.
exactly.
Yeah.
As a
Because
partner.
they do bring a lot to the table, and they brought a lot of really good points.
Yeah, really good idea.
And as also because Blue Zones is temporary, it's like he will stop doing Blue Zones in a couple of years, and then that's another opportunity if he were still interested to come back.
Yeah, I'm open to that. Okay, so great fit, but more out of the Blue Zones.
Yeah, I want to see the.
He's also doing other things too, because he's still doing caravanserai work, and he's still doing the
very involved. He's very
CVIA, and so he's part of everything.
But that's all important stuff.
It's all
Yeah.
great.
Each
It's all-
thing brings a different perspective on the community. But I think with Mihai, for me, I think he will get disappointed that the vision that he sees and where the commission should be acting, they're not in that arena. So I would see a sense of disappointment coming fairly quick for him. But I love the idea of him still being able to, blue zones, not him. but
Right.
Blue zones really continuing to emphasize that partnership, and specifically trees. They are our pathway to trees. So
We get the benefit of his contributions to the city, no matter what.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds mean, but,
Right. No, it's
I mean,
true.
he contributes in so many ways.
So many ways.
I like Renee. I like Renee's background, mental health, background. Jax brings a big history on from the a health perspective also. George, very active in community, vocal, has been here just a short time, but he's jumped in and he's been out there. I applaud all of them, but I still come back to, I think if we look at the body of work and the expertise that somebody would bring to the table, I think Daniel's the next, he remains my next candidate. And it's not just because he's in District 3.
I was going to say, one of the things that I appreciated from the conversation with Jax was in terms of the rights, needs, care, aging in place of kind of the elder experience in Palm Springs, and how do we make sure that's kind of a key piece of it too, from a real kind of same level of professional background, like what are the real care that our seniors need here.
Do we want to hear from a liaison?
Yeah. Jeremy, did you want to add anything?
I apologize for just screaming out there and interrupting you. I'm sorry for that. I was going to mention that on candidate Renee, that for the last year and a half, he has been interested in calling after every meeting, really participating remotely, understanding what's going on, asking about the application process each month. So in terms of passion and commitment, it's definitely there. I just wanted to make sure that the community is aware that he has expressed interest every single month. He's watching the meeting, he's very much in tune with what's going on. And comment on candidate Daniel. Very impressive background with the HR background, but my only caution would be that HR is a very compliance-focused field, and the HRC is not a compliance-focused commission. Just to make sure that they are two totally separate pathways to getting to a result.
Interesting. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know HR. Okay. So the names, just and also for kind of own due diligence, other names that were identified, I think that we, Jeffrey, you mentioned Michelle. Do you want to chat a little bit more about, or anything else around possibly her filling that third spot that we haven't maybe discussed?
I thought her background in ethics, I thought was very good. I liked her comments about in outreach more. I liked her Utah Association of Justice thing. So I thought she had very good skill sets in there. I like what she brings. I guess she's relatively new to the area, so I was somebody I would want to encourage, if she doesn't make it this time, to keep involved, because I think she's good, and she's from District 2. But, I think she brings a lot of really professional experience that could be useful for an organization like this.
If we want to look at a variety of age, we talked about, or somebody mentioned seniors. the commission would be majority seniors.
Yep.
If going down this track, and the other one, the other name, and Jeremy just mentioned it again, Renee. Renee would bring youth comparatively to the rest of the commission, but the mental health component, and I think that's a pretty big component.
So he did watch the meetings then?
He's been watching them, yeah.
Okay.
I say as well, I think Renee was a little bit nervous, but that's okay. I think it's not easy to be in front of 5 council members or 4 council members. But he was, I did notice that he understood what had been happening in the meetings. That was very clear. So I do think that his on-the-ground experience in terms of crisis response would be definitely informative.
Probably good at handling commissions.
Huh?
Good at handling commissions, like in,
somebody
knows how to deal with people.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we in agreement with Renee as their third?
Yeah.
Renee, Sarah, Frank?
And you want what?
Sorry, that's
But I like them all.
I know, I like them all too. I mean.
Because I like Jax too so much.
Of course.
You know?
I mean, everybody likes Jax.
But I guess, Renee sort of brings him in to get involved.
And that's another, yeah, sorry.
Because other people are very involved. And
yes.
So like the same with Mihai, we get the city as a whole gets the benefit of people who are very involved, and to bring new people who may have not quite found a way to get involved with government is a good idea.
And that's something that I've seen in the past, earlier on, serving on the council, is that sometimes we'd have people who came in multiple times and never got picked, and eventually they were just like, you know what, I'm not interested because you guys clearly don't want me, which is really not the case. But there were so it's like that balance of making sure we're bringing in new people and not just highlighting the people that we know.
Yeah, that's a really
can get it
tricky
done.
balance.
So yeah, it is sometimes it might be a little nervous, like take a risk, but it's a community, right? So that's how we get better.
Okay.
So
All right.
I think along that frame of thinking, each one of these are new. It's new thought. Yeah.
Yeah,
I like that.
totally. I think
Can
it's
we do
good.
planning commission, because it's gonna be the next easy one?
Sure.
I gotta tell you, those were some amazing candidates. I mean, I'm not saying I'm going against them, just saying it's amazing.
But we're gonna move to reappoint the incumbents, right?
Yes, so the 3 incumbents have been recommended, and so we are gonna move forward with Carl Baker, David Murphy, Robert Rotman, but Robert McDonald and also Roger Molson-Longo, their backgrounds, I mean, those are future planning commissioners.
And we have 3 that expire next year, come out next year.
Exactly. And so I was just so excited to see that, like, upcoming leadership. Thank you for all your reminders on the zoning code updates. That was just like, yes. So hopefully they can participate in that process too in the meantime.
But can their thank you note for participation be unique to them, that encourages them specifically with what you just said? You know, that we see opportunity
Please
soon.
apply again.
Please,
Yeah.
I think it's also, I think it's sometimes helpful for a letter from the mayor to say, you know, I know everybody who doesn't get accepted gets a thank you letter, but sometimes a personal one from the mayor sometimes can be very meaningful.
And they're both fairly new to Palm Springs, so I think by next year as well, they'll have that background, which will just be more informative. So I think it's a positive thing. Just encourage their application next time. Yep, so I think we will have 3, right? 3 vacancies.
Yep.
And I think, Chris is great too, like he's gonna, I hope you gotta find him a place to keep being involved.
I'm sure Chris will find a place to stay involved.
You could have 3 next year.
We could have, only one is oh wait, no, we have 3 terming out, yeah. terming and a mixture. And strong people, Lori and Kathy especially. So yeah, these two will be really, if they're still interested, it would be great.
Okay.
Another easy one.
Measure J,
Yep.
we're moving to reappoint the 4 incumbents and putting up 2 alternatives to full term or full voting right people.
No, we still, I thought we
Yeah.
had 2 vacancies.
We have 2 vacancies, but 2 we still have,
We have 4 total, 2 full-term vacancies, or 2 fully participating, and then 2 alternate openings. So
assuming we move the alternates to full vote.
Exactly.
Which I think,
Yeah, two incumbents returning, moving the alternates to full positions, and then.
Yep.
and then we have 4 more.
I have thoughts on this. For the full-time positions, or not the full-time, but the voting positions, I thought Daniel and John were great. And then I thought Colin and Andrew would be good for the alternates.
Wait, you said,
Oh, Andrew, I think Andrew's top of the line too. But you're saying alternate, and he was okay with that.
Yeah, he was okay with that, and I just felt that, that Daniel and John were stronger, but I liked Colin and Andrew a lot too, and that's where I thought.
Yeah, Colin, I liked Colin.
I don't get. I thought
he was
He was the one
not
that came.
trademarks.
It was, no, it was his patents.
Patents,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, it was the technologist with a law degree.
I know Colin, and he's very good. And I thought John gave a great and brilliant too.
Yeah, I thought John and Daniel are the ones who have the economics backgrounds. John, I thought, yeah, John had a really good just demeanor as well. I felt like he would be someone that could bring people together. And he had talked about kind of being very more visible and transparent as a commission, and I thought that was really compelling as well, which I know that that's something that you all have been working on, so I like that to continue to have people who want to do that, right? And just improving it every time.
So Daniel Seymour was the other one that was okay with the alternate.
I think they all were.
I mean, they're all.
I didn't ask everybody, but.
I've watched them, I mean, they very much all participate in the meetings. And the votes are.
John. You were saying the alternates participate?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're very much like fully in the discussions. I do think that's.
My top were John and Colin.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, I'm fine with those two.
And then one alternate is Andrew. I think Grace had Andrew.
I had Andrew and Colin as alternates.
Oh, who was your
Well, why
top?
don't we just list
Daniel
our
and John.
our top 4, and then we can decide between the full versus the alternate.
Oh, I
So-
like Daniel too.
They also are all, they're all
Daniel's one of
good.
my
They're all good. I mean, David, I know well, he's great.
So just to, before you start that, just to flag, there is nobody from districts 1, 2, or 3 currently on the Measure J commission.
Yeah.
Shanna's leaving.
Yeah.
So John is 2.
John is 2.
John is 2 and Daniel were 2, just so that's part of why that also informs my
Daniel is 2.
decision.
And Colin's, he's 5. But Colin's good.
Andrew is 4.
We didn't actually have a lot
Colin
of
is
people
5.
from other, we didn't have anyone from District 1 apply.
Or
from
3.
Measure J.
Or 3.
It's a little bit hard.
We don't have anybody.
No.
And
Well, Toya was on it already.
Oh, Andrew, you guys were saying.
she's the only woman who will be.
And that's the other thing, and there weren't women who applied.
I know.
I mean, and that's, but this.
Overall, in all the commissions, very few.
Yeah, and that's the other thing is that this is, so for a long time, I was going out asking people to apply. This year I didn't do that, and it's the first year I haven't done it. And I think it really does make a difference when we as council members go out and encourage people to apply who are women or people of color, who are from different districts that we're not seeing every time, because that's when we see them come out, like that personal, you know.
I mean, I'll say I did ask several people.
They didn't want to do it.
People get busy,
Yeah.
and when a commission is in the news or they're worried it's a bigger commitment than they can actually give,
Yeah, that's valid.
you know, I think it kind of, we get good people who are just like, I don't have the capacity for what they need right now. And so I got several comments from that.
That's a lot. It's a big commitment.
It is.
But it's, sometimes our commissions are bigger than they should be.
Yeah.
Right, but I also think that it seems like it's gonna be more, and it isn't always either.
Yeah, that's true.
But one thing I wanted to flag too is that it wasn't for this, it was for human rights. But there was Erin who said she couldn't get out of work. And so that's just something to flag for us too, where these interviews is, I know it's hard to get the group, but if we're missing out on people, that commission doesn't start until 5. So it's after work, and all of our commissions right now are after work, but we're hosting these during the day. And so it's hard to say, oh, sorry, you're out of the running when
And we need to
it was
give
during work.
as much notice to people as possible.
Right.
This was barely a week's notice on their exact time.
Right.
So that's another piece.
Yeah, yeah. So it might be good to have a schedule that even if it goes 2 to 6
2
or
to 6,
something, you know, and then let people, if they want to do it after 5, be able to schedule that, request that.
Yeah.
Because we will get plenty of retired folks who can be here anytime, but to like be mindful of those who can't.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
what is it?
Yeah, go
John,
ahead.
Colin,
We have John, Colin, Daniel, Andrew.
is Daniel and Andrew as the alternative?
So that was my conversation. Let's just look at all 4 and then from there decide. So I think what I've heard is John and Daniel as the full, participating, and Colin and Andrew as the alternate.
I'd say John and Colin is the full.
Same here.
I'm flexible. I think I want either John or Daniel in the full, but other than that, I'm flexible. So one of them, at least one of them.
And they're both 2, right? They're both
Yeah.
District 2, so.
So if the consensus over here is John being in it, that's fine
John,
with me.
I say John.
And Daniel as an alternate?
Daniel's an alternate.
And then who would be the
Colin is the full.
Colin? Okay,
And then Andrew,
As the other
alternate.
alternate.
that's fine with me.
Okay.
I think that's good.
I think it's good. Again, and if we had to pick other ones, they'd be good too.
This one, preservation should be easy. I say that, we'll be here for an hour.
We can't because I have to go.
There was a lot of solid people as well for Historic Site Preservation Board. Really, really top applicants. The one I will just flag, just for some context, I know David Himes applied to Measure J, I want to say 3 or 4 years ago, and didn't get it. So kind of Grace, to your point of like sometimes people apply and apply. Some of the folks here were newer residents or just getting involved. And so I just kind of want to flag that he's been very involved in Little Beverly Hills, but has been interested in commissions for a while.
David, yeah.
David, yeah.
Yeah.
David is a real go-getter too. When he decides he wants to do something, he really goes after it. So I don't have any concern about his ability to catch up.
I think this is probably, I mean, I like him a lot, and I want him to be on a commission. I just don't know if it was the right one for him.
Did he, but he also wanted to be on Measure J. Well, we didn't talk about him actually with Measure J.
I liked Larry, and I know he's just gone through the whole process and going through it. And I've been going to all of the meetings. Gary is infinitely qualified.
This is another commission where we don't have anybody from districts 1, 2, or 3.
Larry is too.
Larry is too, yeah. But we only have 1 vacancy on historic preservation?
Two.
Two.
Oh, on my list it shows.
Wait, Hare and
Yeah.
Bachman,
No,
where,
no,
what
but
districts
I
are
think
they?
the other
Oh, there
one-
was one already.
There was?
2 incumbents and 2 vacancies.
There was an unscheduled vacancy.
An unscheduled.
Who's the unscheduled vacancy? Who's not on it anymore?
Oh, she was termed out.
She termed.
Janet Hansen termed out.
She termed out, got it.
No, she's not the, she's the top one.
Yeah, I see
Oh,
that.
no.
I'm just making sure I understand who's
All right.
still here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have 2.
2.
Yeah, I think that Larry would be good.
Yeah. Larry's on my list also.
Yeah.
So is Gary.
I think, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, how does, and maybe Jeffrey, you can respond, if you have some questions around if someone's on the preservation board, and then an application comes in, they kind of recuse, would that be
Only if
true
it's-
also? Because I'm just looking at, isn't
Yes.
Rancho Vista neighborhoods like trying to go
Yes.
through a district, and so that's,
That's just their application. So Preservation Foundation does multiple applications.
right.
So Larry would have to do it from that one. He already had his own house.
Right, but isn't he part of trying to help with the district application?
Yes,
as
he
well?
would not be able to participate in anything related to that. Yeah. That's also potentially controversial, that one, because it's an entire neighborhood, which getting the buy-in of
All the neighborhoods.
So yes, he would definitely have to recuse. I also.
But wouldn't that just be the norm?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be the
Yeah,
norm?
yeah. No, just saying, I think.
That application in particular.
Yeah, I think Jeffrey was just mentioning in terms of Gary, because he's on a board
Yeah,
where
yeah.
multiple come,
But
that is
that's
just up
Not
to.
self,
But isn't it, shouldn't it be a norm on that commission that if you have somebody that is involved in both, that it should be expected that they'll recuse?
well, and so
yes,
the difference
definitely.
is that for Larry, it's his neighborhood that's applying for it. Gary is just on the Preservation Board, foundation that supports people applying.
But
So
he
it's
still
not-
has to recuse.
I don't think he did in the past, but I don't know.
Oh, well, we could talk to Jeff about it, but,
Yeah, I think if the preservation board is actively engaged in putting an item through the commission or the preservation
Yeah.
board, then that's when clearly there should be a recusal.
right. Yeah.
I mean, this is one of these things, yeah, and I agree. I mean, I think this is one of these commissions where it's like planning, the experience helps a lot. I mean, we've had other people that didn't have it, and they worked out well. But they usually have a lot of knowledge of it, so.
Yeah, and Charlie brings commitment and compassion, but this is one board that I think that having the background and the expertise is so important.
I wish Charlie had reapplied to Parks.
Oh, no, that's something new. I really like Charlie too in terms of how he approached it. This is actually something that's interesting. I feel like we might have discussed this before, but the idea of having an alternate position on historic site preservation too, and for that very reason.
To learn.
I also
Because
should
it
just-
is a big learning curve as well.
Kind of like that we did for planning.
Yeah.
We did have liaison comments.
Yeah, at least I saw those. Yeah.
Jeffrey, Kurt, Gary, Larry.
I think, obviously, I think Gary is super knowledgeable, has been on before as well. But I think, again, this is one of those boards where I would like to see some new people. And because I think there's some boards where we kind of recycle the same people. They term out, they stay away for a couple of years, and they come back, and it's, and again, making sure that we're getting people with interest. And so that's where I think if we could make an alternate position in the future,
Well,
That could be
why
useful.
can't we make that recommendation as part of this motion that comes in front of council?
The alternate position?
Yeah.
Yeah, an alternate.
But so we could make that recommendation now, but then when it comes to council to appoint these people, we wouldn't be able to appoint them as an alternate until we made an update to the code, to the ordinance. Because right now, they're all by ordinance.
Yeah.
And so we would
But we
have
can
to-
bring it forward.
Yes, we can bring it forward.
I like that idea of having an alternate
Yeah.
for this because because it takes some training to it and
Yeah.
they get to participate.
So is that Charlie? Who's the alternate in training?
Maybe we should choose the two people first.
Oh, I thought it was Gary and Larry.
Oh.
I choose Gary and Larry.
You
And I
do
would like
too?
David
Okay.
I want David involved in something.
I do too. I would.
He'd be good on human rights.
I would actually recommend, well, I was gonna say Gary as the alternate, but that defeats the purpose of the learning.
Right.
I thought your point on new people was really relevant.
And Larry is new, so that's.
Right.
Yeah.
So in my mind, I was thinking Larry and David. David is very active in the historical documentation, and it's just very LBH focus for the most part. But in terms of the work of designations and like everything around LBH, like history.
Yeah, history, he's great. I mean, it's just, this has criteria that has to go into a lot of it, so.
But I think that he's.
He's definitely a great candidate overall, but I think.
Make him the alternate, or let's recommend him to be the alternate over Charlie.
See, that's where I kind of wonder though if. I feel like David is at a place where he would get into it and caught on very quickly. Whereas Charlie is more new to it, but just passionate. And so that's where he would get a more out of the alternate position. But David, I think, I've just seen him just really, once he has an idea, he just goes for it. And it's really impressive how much he learns and how fast he does it. And that's why I don't have a concern about him being able to catch up. And I mean, Gary is great, but I think that, again, I'm just trying to say, how do we kind of get some new people onto historic preservation so that we don't run into a problem of having a bunch of brand new people because people age out. You know what I mean? Like, people age and they don't want to do it anymore because this is another commission where it skews older.
Can we recommend we move forward with an alternate and David would be a great alternate? Or is that not possible?
I think we're a little split on whether or not to have both Gary and Larry as our full.
Yeah, so that's what I'm hearing is that there's a feeling that David may bring a different perspective over Gary's longevity.
And we have some really strong people on the historic preservation already.
Like this is a time, for the strength of the commission, this might be a time where that learning could be faster and quick, or just even kind of ready. Yeah. Well, I think we for sure are all in agreement with Larry,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So Larry's one of the two. And Larry, what district is he in?
2.
Larry's 2, yeah.
Yeah, I do think, and I feel like I'm just repeating myself a little bit, but there's the timing of applications, I think, is something to keep in mind. And plugging in David, I think this is a good time for his experience and also the strength of the commission and being able to participate.
So what do you say?
I would put David as the other one.
Can we go ahead and vote on that one?
Yeah.
Because I support both of these. I just would like to have a vote to show that person my support, even though I don't think he's gonna.
Okay.
What?
Sure, we can vote.
So I'm saying, can we vote on having Gary on a full-time 2029 expiration or not? And then the other opportunity would be to fill in David in that full-time position. Because I'm hearing consensus on, or not quite consensus. Are you?
You would prefer to have David and.
No, Gary and Larry were my top two.
That's my top two also.
Hmm.
I would like David to be the alternate, but I don't, you also know him better, so. I mean, knowing people's involvement also has, besides this, matters,
I mean, Little Beverly Hills is a small neighborhood that is incredibly active in terms of the history, their neighborhood, their newsletter. Like, it is not a big neighborhood, and they do so much, and the center of that is David.
No,
And so for like, it's that, like, that kind of energy for a city commission, I think would be really, really exciting.
How is the tie broken?
Well, we could bring it to council and have David vote too. That's basically what would happen. We would bring it to council, David would be there.
Oh. Mhm.
So we tied, it just fell.
We'd only fill one.
Yeah. Yeah, we can't put it on the agenda. We can't.
Why not?
We could put it on, but David's not gonna be back for a week now.
He's not gonna be at our next council meeting?
Well, he's out this week. He'll be back next week.
So then he will be back.
He will be back for the council meeting, yep.
Yeah.
Okay,
We
yeah.
can agenda, you wanna put it on the agenda for 20, okay.
Isn't this going to be on the next agenda?
These appointments, no.
Oh. When will they be on?
I think the.
Well, we've already decided they don't need to be on.
They don't need,
Yeah,
this is
these
it.
don't.
We're a council.
Yeah, this
so
is a council meeting.
Oh.
You're voting now for all of
Yeah,
these
yeah, yeah. We don't
comments
need
and
to.
everything.
Well, why don't we
So we
bring
can
back
put this
that
one back.
last one after the subcommittee meets for all the remaining ones? So then that way you all can agree on all those other
Okay.
ones, and then
Okay.
we vote specifically on this.
Put it on the subcommittee ad hoc.
No, so not so much, when the subcommittee ad hoc recommendations
Right,
go to
go through.
council, that's when this one would come in, so
Okay.
that way we're not getting them.
So are we're sending forward an equals level of support for Gary and Larry, and then suggesting or asking that we start an alternate role,
For David.
and that's either going to be
David or Charlie,
David or Charlie,
yes.
unless David goes into the full-time role instead of Gary.
Is that possible? I was thinking we would just send Larry,
Okay.
and then we would have a vote on the other remaining full, and whether that is Gary or David, and we would have David ready and PT help decide that specific one, since we are split on that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing,
Okay.
yeah, and that could be, it could be as simple as having him make his choice. He could watch these, and then that can be it. He makes the tiebreaker vote, it comes back to council, and we
then we
officially
finalize
vote.
it.
Yeah.
And then
So, but what's he deciding on?
He would be deciding between Gary and David.
Oh, okay, so then who are we going to suggest as an alternate?
I think that we can wait on that because
We're
the
gonna have to come
alternate
We
has
don't
to.
know what he's going to vote.
Right, but we also have to
Amend.
amend
You have to
the
amend the resolution.
resolution
Yeah.
to add the alternate, and we can, so we can do it all at once.
Okay. So only filling one with some couple other remaining
So
items.
Larry would be the one to fill.
But are
Gary, David, and
but we're not
Charlie.
going to have another debate on who the alternate
No,
would
no,
be.
no.
Will we? Are we saying it's Charlie?
Oh, I think it would be Charlie or David, but
Yeah.
we won't know until we have a decision on who's
Yeah,
gonna be.
but I'm just saying, we're not gonna debate these people as an alternate, or are we?
No. I think it would, if David moved forward to be on the commission, then it would be Charlie.
Yes.
If
Gary.
if Gary moves forward, then it would be David.
Yeah, okay.
And.
Yeah, I'm
So,
all right with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we,
We're moving forward on Larry, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Correct. Gary, David, and Charlie.
are we adjourned?
Yes, we are.
No, we need a motion and a
Oh.
second. We need the motion on all of these.
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
No. Yep.
Okay.
Second, right? Jump on the finance. 4-0.
4-0.
Thank you. All right, thanks, guys.
Are we done now?
Yes, we are adjourned, 5:13.
Thank you.
That wasn't too bad.
What else would we need to do different?
I